Good morning and good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. It's time for the Overwatch League Spring Stage Qualifiers on the eastern side of things. Week 3, Day 2. We got 2 banger matches. I'm Lemon Kiwi. That's leg day. We're not those people. We speak English, so welcome.
Welcome. What a bop that brought us in. That shot with a shy EMP expanding. Oh, absolutely beautiful. We're going to have some beautiful shots today as well, including a bunch of shots from our WDG Esports arena over in Seoul, because our first match today is going to be played on LAN, Lemon, with both the Dallas Fuel and the Seoul Dynasty making their residences in Seoul. Why not head into the studio in front of a packed-out, sold-out crowd in order to show their stuff? And honestly, both these teams have quite a bit to prove, so playing in front of the fans means a lot.
And I know we heard from some of the new interviews, which is cool that we got some insight. Thanks, a shout out to our translators who have said, you know, that there's a lot of nerves on these players to be playing in an offline environment, something they're not used to. I'm seeing the little fans on the desk. Everyone's trying to get us comfortable and get that homey sense on the stage. And then there's audiences that have the signs up. It's been fun translating those. But yeah, a lot of pressure to be performing in front of your fans who are expecting you to do well.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of endemic organizational pressure, especially on the Dallas Fuel as well, who Hastro explained in the off-season that they did kind of negotiate with the players to move back over towards Korea in order for the players to be more at home during the season. And, like, it's not been the glorious run that Dallas had in the last 2 years, picking up their first win only yesterday against our bottom-ranked team in APAC at the moment in the Shanghai Dragons. But there's always time for it to pick up, including what could be the next patch, Lemon, but the next patch is the next patch. Those Junker Queen buffs, they are not reality yet, and they won't be reality for the foreseeable future. We're going to be playing the rest of Mid-Season Madness on the current patch, which personally I think is a godsend, because we've got a huge amount of compositional variety, which got shown off yesterday as well by our opposing team, the Seoul Dynasty, who brought in more Void and a little bit less Belos Rhea.
Yeah, I remember the last time you and I casted, it was the Piggy versus Belos Rhea match, which was so entertaining. Everyone go watch that VOD if you haven't seen it, where Piggy is writing MTD in the chat as the newest addition to that roster. And felt like Belos Rhea got a little boom, got subbed out at the end of that match, which it was an off-tank map anyway in that case, but obviously experimenting with bringing Void in for more than that. Void has been seeing not only playing the off-tanks, but also the rush ones, like Reinhardt, like Junker Queen. And you brought up Dallas Fuel and their Junker Queen, such a meta-based team, right? Dallas Fuel have these highs and lows depending on which meta best suits them. They seem to not be able to kind of adapt to metas that aren't their strong suits, so a lot of the rush seems to favor them. But here's how the standings have shaped up. You mentioned Dallas Fuel got their first win. That makes them sit in 4th.
Yeah, they're in 4th, the lofty heights of 1 and 3 with -3 maps, because hey, they have been able to bring some fight in here. And Seoul Dynasty, it's almost surprising that they're 1 and 3. A couple of their losses haven't registered like as much as losses, but even their win was very tightly eked out against the Seoul Infernal in a 3-2 series, the first Seoul Bowl. And obviously all of our teams will be qualifying over to our Overwatch League Spring Stage knockouts to go up against some of the contenders teams that qualified from our opens earlier on in our weeks of Overwatch League. However, up there at the top is the titan that everybody's talking about. Guangzhou Charge have had a barn burner year so far, not dropping a single map just yet. And I believe they are now the only team that has not dropped a map, as last night Atlanta Reign and Houston Outlaws went head-to-head. And while I won't spoil the match, I will say that it was not a 3-0. So both teams ended up dropping maps, and Guangzhou Charge, by the mercy of the schedule, if nothing else, are the last remaining team with a streak alive.
And you'll get to catch Guangzhou Charge in the second match to see if they can keep that streak alive against the Seoul Infernal, and we'll show you the schedule in a second. But bringing back up the Seoul Dynasty, production got my back. That's your schedule. Seoul Dynasty on a 3-match loss streak. Their only win was their very, very first match against their twin sister team, not really, but Seoul Infernal, which went all the way to a 5-er. And yeah, Seoul Dynasty pulled through, I believe, and that was their only win. But haven't seen a W since, and that's tough to see.
Yeah, including a loss to the Shanghai Dragons, which many people have found beyond surprising, really. Shanghai Dragons they've had a high and many lows. But the hive that they had was against the Seoul Dynasty and showed just how much potential that roster can have if they all come together. However, I do believe that Seoul Dynasty may well be able to outflex the Dallas Fuel a little bit as they roll out onto the stage here at our WDG Esports Arena. A look at our Dallas Fuel, which is 3 members of the championship roster in Sparkle, Edison, and Hanbin, but of course a brand new support line after Atlanta Reign purchased the previous one.
What are they gonna do for their rollout? Didn't Hanbin do some kind of punch, like a Doomfist punch last time? Edison dropping bars.
Oh,
okay, it's the Dragon Strike.
Yo, look at the coordination there. Triple kill.
You love to see it. I bet the fans love this. I mean, I remember the first time we casted this, you had the Reinhardt shatter and then the Doomfist punch. Like, it's a good time. This is why I miss offline events. The Seoul Dynasty coming out the gates. Packed house in the WDG Esports studio. Excited to see what team emote they're gonna do.
Oh, we're a little bit lost. Who's going around the central puck? Here we go. It's going to be Void taking center stage, and Below3, of course, going to be joining there as we take a bow, and I'm expecting big things here from the Seoul Dynasty. The main calling better be very solid for this rollout of, okay. Everyone move on in. Oh, it's going to be the classic, fighting.
Okay, I need more energy. I need more energy.
they do look slightly broken.
Vibes are off. I wish I knew players by names, but maybe it's better that I don't, because I'd be calling out some very depressed looking individuals in that. Huzzah! But match preview, avoiding defeat, and Void, I'm happy to report, will be starting. So we'll see how long he will last, or maybe will Below3 get some time in, but in the previous match, Void did get all the maps.
Yeah, Void has been able to flex between both the Diva and the Ramatra to great success. You can see here in our little screenshot, that's the pummel coming through. And the Shambali Monastery certainly was the successful map for Seoul Dynasty. And even though it is nice wordplay, I think avoiding defeat also kind of gives a clue into the agency Seoul Dynasty currently have, which is less, we're going to win this series and more, we're not going to lose this series, right?
Yeah, right. But that 3-loss streak hurts, and you brought up that you lose to the Shanghai Dragons, who were the last place team at the time, and I definitely thought Dynasty had more in them.
Yeah, we really thought Dynasty would be able to bring PH to bear a little bit more alongside Profit, but PH thus far has not been amazing as a standout. Still, we haven't seen as much. Both these teams are actually suffering from similar woes with Edison and PH both not liking the Sombra very much. They both very much prefer to play things like the Hanzo, like the Ashe, like the Widowmaker, and a lot of the time they're being shoehorned into these Sombra roles because Sombra is simply incredibly powerful at the moment and often can be too utilitarian to actually be left behind.
And we actually, speaking of the Sombra, we heard from an Edison interview that his preference is the Hanzo, and he's learning Sombra more and more. And Sparkle's assassin hero pool not working out as much, although his tracer will be very important. He's tried the Genji, but it hasn't worked out. But you'll need all the hype you can get for this match. Take a look at the Dallas Fuel hype video.
Too quickly, 2 users left. Ungodly connection on the rampage, and Harpin, he's come up with the goods again. The fielder goes down. It's going to be South Barry going for 4. One goes down. Went 3. The Dallas Fuel Overwatch League champions.
All right, moving on back in there. I'm certainly feeling hyped up, Lemon, and we saw Edison hitting those beautiful double dinks. The Sojourn meta from a time long past is occasionally being harkened back to by their foes here of the Seoul Dynasty, where PH loves to pick up that Sojourn. Maybe Edison would like to try and catch into a 1v1 on that particular hero. Still, Hanzo yesterday was definitely where the bread was buttered. Edison started off slow yesterday, having to put a little bit more of a Sombra to begin with, but during map 2, Dallas Fuel, they let him loose on the Hanzo, and we saw the opening with the Dragon Strike. I think all the Dallas Fuel fans in the audience are hoping the same thing. Don't be meta slaves, boys. Simply stick with the Edison Hanzo and let that boy arch. Or bow. I don't know what the verb is.
Let him sling his bow, I guess. Also, the dash in esports? I'm going to have to fly to Korea. Someone's going to catch these hands. I'm just kidding. But, I feel like there's similar weaknesses between these two teams of trying to catch up to the Sombra meta. We talked about Edison, we talked about PH, although I thought PH was quite competitive against Jimmy in the Guangzhou Charge match when it came to Widowmaker on Rialto. So keep an eye on PH, at least in the sniper hero pool, but it seems like Hanzo will be the bread and butter, or at least the fallback plan for someone like PH versus Edison. Now, the Tracer battle, Prophet versus Sparkle, that's an interesting one for me. I think Prophet still has to get back to his prime in terms of consistency.
Yeah, Prophet's consistency has been here and there. Yesterday, he did try and drag Dynasty kicking and screaming to a win on Esperanza, getting an opening pick onto Monk 2 fights in a row with the pulse bombs, but Prophet has definitely been here and there when it comes to his pulse bomb effectiveness, his attach rate. I believe yesterday, heading into the match, we had a stat card where it was about 14%, which you want to be getting like at least 25 out of your top tier tracers, doing a couple of finger exercises, keep that dexterity going. And now we're going to be able to look at, look at all the Soul Dynasty fans. Ah, yes. How quickly, Unknown, can you translate 16 signs?
The Dynasty one's upside down. Oh, there we go. We got it fixed. Talented artist. Fan gallery live. Oh, the Prophet
I believe
jersey.
that. I think that's some Prophet fan art. We got Void next to him playing the Sigma. We haven't actually seen that much Sigma, surprisingly. Like, Sigma does have his niches on Circuit Royale and certainly defending
Like
on
Junkertown.
On Junkertown, yeah. And Junkertown's actually been an interestingly contentious map with a lot of teams picking up for Winston that's previously never been played. But I think Void would love to try and play a Sigma map here, and it would be a battle of the titans between Void and Hanbin on those off tanks. As we look at our starting five, and of course Krillin Lee Soo-min is a backline that is a little bit more predicated towards double flex support and bringing out the main support, but I think Krillin's also been doing a good job thus far on the Brigitte, which almost universally has become the best considered main support.
Yeah, they're very flexible between Brig Ana, Bap Kiriko, Brig Ana, Lucio Bap, Ana Kiriko, like all types of different stuff. Krillin, Lee Soo-min, they get the job done. Even the crowd believes in them. There was actually a sign that said, Lee Soo-min, best flex support. And all those signs leg day, all for the Seoul Dynasty. So a big crowd favorite. But I know Edison said in the latest interview that, you know, they just promised the fans. The fan base is so important to the Dallas Fuel. They want to perform better for them, especially. It's a disappointing start, to say the least, for the Dallas Fuel. But we've always known that they've had these hot and cold moments in the season. But when the meta suits them, they are the best at it. So if this Junker Queen patch comes in later down the road, expect Dallas Fuel to be #1.
As we look at the Sombra stats in our Spring Qualifiers, Lemon, we alluded to earlier, both these players do play for Sombra, but do it with a little bit of begrudging acceptance that Sombra is indeed a powerful hero. They don't want to be playing for Sombra, but they're made to do so. And on control, for Sombra is incredibly necessary, as she's got some fairly good pace and can reset quite easily without having to die using the translocator. And it does mean that we likely will see it in our first match here. The Sombra is also increasingly good against the D.Va, which with Void in for our start, we're going to be expecting some D.Va here on Oasis, in particular on Gardens. On both City Center and University, though, there's a chance for Ramatra to make an appearance.
I'm excited for that. Ramatra, we've seen it from Hanbin as well, although we say that Junker Queen is the Dallas Fuel bread and butter. Hanbin does like the Ramatra as well. We've seen it on Shambali, but I feel like the difference between Ramatra and Junker Queen is that Junker Queen brings more mobility and more of a team rush, while as Ramatra, you can split off to different angles if you need to, and maybe Ramatra can hold his own as an individual a bit better, having that shield, having the block. Junker Queen is kind of that go in and die type of rush, so it depends what style of rush you want to play.
She's just like me, for real, for real. Heading on into Map Lemon, and one of the things that's actually most interesting here about the potential for Junker Queen is that Junker Queen is most effectively countered in Dallas Fuel's previous games by going up against a Reinhardt back, where you can kind of put the Cassidy and the Mei behind the Reinhardt shield and simply outpoke the Junker Queen before she can get a kill. However, with Void in, we wouldn't be expecting to see a Reinhardt, not really part of Void's hero pool, and Dallas Fuel may well have read this as we start to roll out. Void could be playing their own Junker Queen here, and this is courting fire to go Junker Queen versus Junker Queen against Hanbin, and this is, for Dallas Fuel, this is such a comfort.
And this is a different look for Seoul Dynasty. Last time we saw them on Oasis was in their very first match against the Infernal, where they played Belos Ria's Winston. And we talked about the assassin hero pool of Sparkle and how well we wished this worked out, but when you have rush comps that are so clumped up, it's hard for Sparkle to divine and to conquer. But he's clearly found these isolated targets. He's killed 3 and is already at 60% to Dragonblade.
I feel like we may well have scripted this match, London. We also talked about how Edison, in that hype video, plenty of footage on the Sojourn. It would be his preferred hero to play, and they've been offered for 1v1. Seoul Dynasty here, they're going toe-to-toe with so much. MCD's actually moved over here onto a Jote style with the Brigitte, so much AoE healing. But there's going to be less point healing here for Hanbin, who's going to be more relying on that adrenaline drain, using the bleeds and the wounds to stay sustained in these fights.
MCD is staying safe, either in the center pillar or at the very back. With the Lucio Brig, you just want to make sure you have Inspire up at all times. You don't take too many risks. You kind of have slow amounts of healing versus the Seoul Dynasty, who look to rush upon them. Dragonblade available to Sparkle. Finds the moment. Goes after the tank. But no one from Seoul Dynasty is really taking damage, so it's hard for Sparkle to get these executions. And I mean, I don't blame his hesitation when the Kitsune rush from Lee Soo-min came out. As finally, Seoul Dynasty were dwindled down enough to find that first pick on the Prophet. Void drops, and Dallas Fuel take their second fight.
Yeah, Sparkle just decided, hey, I've got such an advantage here on Blade given our ult tracking. I'm just going to pull out the Blade a little bit earlier. Here's where something could really be decided, though, in the Rampage versus Rampage zone, because the mitigation for Seoul Dynasty is much better. Lee Soo-min can teleport to cleanse Anti on himself, as well as use Suzu to cleanse it from other players, whereas when Void does it, Dallas Fuel have little recourse except for Sound Barrier.
Early rally from Dallas Fuel, stunning up Void. He's removed again, and good initiative from the Dallas Fuel to pop that rally early to extend past these doors. You don't usually see fights go beyond this point. And if Dallas Fuel do this again, even one more stagger, that's the round, and a flawless one at that.
Yeah, and Seoul Dynasty, they're going to be left holding onto a bunch of ults with no real use. The Sound Barrier still available here for Krillin. Do you want to use it to answer the overclock from Edison, or Hanbin's Rampage? More likely you want to use it for the overclock, save the Suzu instead.
Yeah, Prophet has to jump over to start the overtime, and they have to keep it going. Void presents himself, 3-man anti. And how does this happen? The Rampage from Hanbin, slowing the Seoul Dynasty pain train down, and you don't have Lee Soo-min. Limited heals. PH popping off, going up against Edison, similar stats, but shining bright when Seoul Dynasty needed it the most. Seoul Dynasty will fight their way back. It'll be a flip over in their favor, but a 0 to 100 comeback is a huge ask for the Seoul Dynasty.
Sparkle not brave enough to pull the Blade in a 1 versus 3. Not even for the Vine. Maybe next time.
Oh, that's dead.
It's dead. It's dead. Dallas Fuel, though, recapturing their identity here as the faster team. Being able to constantly move first, Seoul Dynasty, what they do bring to the table with this Kiriko is the ability to get more single-point heals onto targets that are in a lot of trouble. And that allows Void to be kept up a lot more easily in these fights when taking a lot of the pressure coming in from Dallas Fuel.
Oh, high ground control from Dallas Fuel. Good counter rotation from Seoul to the highway side. Sparkle has him right where he wants, and PH isolates himself, jumped to the wrong side. Seoul went towards the highway, and PH gets run over. Prophet responds with his own blade, the 2 kills to respawn, and the Seoul Dynasty's Kitsune rush just reinvigorates Prophet even more to stand tall against Sparkle on the hero that he's known for the best. Seoul, live on.
However, it was 2 ults from Seoul compared to the 1 from Dallas Fuel. If you're playing the long economic game here just to try and win the 99-99 fight, this is what Dallas Fuel were looking for. Edison, though, didn't get to poke out too much in that fight. Still building over towards the overclock. Control of the high ground here could be incredibly important. It would bring everyone together in a herd to allow Hanbin to get more damage out of that carnage if everyone's stuck together.
Yeah, Rally and Carnage coming up for Fuel. Sound Barrier from Soul. Try and counter either one of those. Or brawl through. Dallas Fuel pushing Soul towards the highway side. And it's just posturing. Soul benefiting from this because they'll bring this to a one-fight territory to go from a 0 to 100 comeback. Can the Soul Dynasty do it? You got the rally first from MCD, stunning up PH, who finds themselves isolated again. You need the barrier from Krillin to keep him up. The rampage of Hanbin as Soul summon themselves to help their DPS. The Duckling left behind. PH still dies, but you trade that onto Sparkle. 4 versus 4. Hanbin running out of resources. MCD flailing away the competition as Soul have brought themselves to one-fight territory for the 0 to 100 comeback. It's a Kitsune Rush. Winnable situation. Bliss pops the sound barrier, and now Dallas Fuel can brawl this through. Rampage from Void only hits Bliss and Hanbin as you're still waiting for a finishing blow. And there's PH with the overclock against Edison, who doesn't have the support, the healing, except a mini pack, but wins it against PH once MCD is brought by his side. And Dallas Fuel, they scrounge up the competition, and Soul falter.
Oh, a beautiful solid bait there by Edison, popping the overclock and moving away, allowing for MCD to roll in behind, get a kill onto those who would dare chase. Overtime ticks away, and Dallas Fuel, by the skin of their teeth, will be able to walk away with our first point here on Oasis Lemon. I thought it could have been over when both Void and Lee Soo-min were able to unleash their ultimates in the scrappy 99-99 overtime. Kitsune Rush and Rampage both hitting the floor, but unfortunately, they didn't wait out Bliss's sound barrier very well. I think Bliss had just used the sound barrier at the time the Rampage came through, and that allows for plenty of survival. Here's a quick look at a PH highlight, who, while has been aiming well thus far, has shown a worrying tendency in our first round to isolate himself with his slides onto off angles.
Yeah, he likes to slide back main, which is not an incorrect call, but it's rather that he should go with the rest of the team, and whatever their call is the correct one. Like you said, Dallas are very good at identifying when PH is away. They do get a punish on the Sparkle. That fight really came down to the Kitsune Rushes at the end. High ground control for Dallas Fuel on the Garden side. After denying the 0 to 100 comeback by the Soul Dynasty, the Sparkle had troubles on this map before playing the Genji versus Cassidy players, versus Reinhardt and Mei compositions, but this is a bit easier now against the Ramatra as Fuel get tired of waiting. They leave the doors. The point just got unlocked, and Bliss chunked down as Fuel. They're just playing cat and mouse. They're chasing Soul Dynasty, who spaced themselves so well, poked the Fuel down where they should have just focused on capping.
Sparkle will get two in the back, and you're exactly right, Lemon. Dallas Fuel, ill-considered taking that fight. They still had Void with the Ravenous Vortex, and we saw in our Bliss POV how it dragged multiple members back down to the ground. When you're trying to launch a dive as the Dallas Fuel composition, you are very much focused on being airborne and attacking from above. Now Hanbin picking up the Ramatra, not really a legacy pick of Hanbin in terms of how long it's been used, but it will try and shepherd Sparkle towards these squishy underbellies.
Oh boy, taking a lot of damage, and Hanbin can just respect that space, fall back to a safe position. He has a shield available too. Soul going through main is tough. Just exposing yourself to so much poke, and Soul are feeling it. They have the range DPS to make this work. Void and Hanbin having a brawl. Left and right hook. Sparkle going after PH, or at least the coach gun can create that space. You got the Amp Matrix from the Soul Dynasty down main, really to just heal Void up. The Soul Dynasty have really failed to kill anything, and if anything, they're giving Dallas Fuel so many ults.
Oh, here we go. And Matrix from the other side, double healing through the globules from MCD. Direct hits onto Edison, and here comes the engage from Lee Soo-min.
Oh, the Kitsune Rush from Lee Soo-min, though. It's chunked down by the Sparkle Dragon Blade as Dallas Fuel have barely kept up the walls. And now two more ults thrown into the mix from the Soul Dynasty. Annihilation and the Bob. If everyone's dead, PH just adds one to the equation. But Fuel, their remnants still live on, and they keep the point.
Great wrap there from Hanbin as well to make sure he can kill the Annihilation. Bores Void by just crossing his arms in front of Void, making sure that block is permanently put towards the Annihilation, so Void looks for greener pastures and an easier target That allows Hanbin to weave in behind and hit those punches where they cannot be blocked by the enemy Ramatra, who's only got forward blocking capability in the Nemesis form. Now Hanbin's got his own Annihilation to try and control the pace of the next fight, where Seoul Dynasty, they can't really demand a fight happen until they actually get themselves some poke, because they don't have a Lucio.
Different approach from Seoul Dynasty to go through the hallway. Annihilation from Hanbin, as Void tries to respect that, wishes he had a Lucio to guide him out of this. As Hanbin measures his space carefully, he's taking a lot of poke, drops back at 200 HP. Seoul Dynasty go forward, but again, without that speed, you can't really punish Hanbin as much as you would hope. Ooh. As Dallas Fuel, you get hit by some poke at a distance, headshot by PH, 4 versus 4. Dallas Fuel at 75%, one more fight to take game 1.
With the Amp Matrix fading away from MC Davis and opening here for Krillin. Dare you try and give it to Profit, potentially, to give real value over to this overclock? It's Edison who strikes first.
Edison, overclock, finding the gaps in the building. Seoul Dynasty don't have a lot of healing with just Krillin. As Dallas Fuel, they barrier engage, they pulse Void, they go for more, 95%. And no one home to touch. The Dallas Fuel making a huge statement on Oasis as they take game number 1.
Speed, power, and aggression have always been the calling cards of a Dallas Fuel Lemon. Ever since they brought on Rush as the coach, it seems like the Rush ethos is go faster, go harder. And finally, we're seeing shades of that confidence, of that bravado, of that machismo from a Dallas Fuel, recalling their much more prestigious youth compared to what they've been doing more recently.
I wasn't a fan of just the composition. I think Seoul are trying to adapt and try different things. The Ashe Sojourn is not a common matchup. If they were going to play main, they went for ranged DPS, but then there was just nothing to help Void. There's no Lucio for him to win that duel against Hanbin, to really just brawl back and forth. Hanbin had all the freedom to chase Void down. The Bapkiri you saw, well, if you're going to incorporate a Baptiste over a Lucio, the Amplification Matrix just didn't have a big impact. So Dallas Fuel take game number 1. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Dallas Fuel are up in game 1 after a grueling first Oasis map. But Seoul Dynasty, man, if they lose to the Shanghai Dragons and the Dallas Fuel, they're going to be in the pits. But I don't want to call that too early.
It certainly would be in the pits, but when it comes to the fan support, they are riding high right now. We've had a look in our WDG Esports arena. There is plenty of support here for the Seoul Dynasty. I believe this is the fuel section. I think that the crowd is actually split by fandom in terms of the seating allocations. I like that one on the bottom right. Oh, it's been covered up by Bliss Banner. Get that garbage out of here. I want to show Bliss off now.
I was also told in the WDG Esports studio that there's a fan section for Seoul, there's a fan section for Dallas Fuel, so if it looks like there's an aggregate of fans, yeah, they're in their sections.
I wonder if we're going to have our fighting cheers. They're so common here in Korea. Of course, we do have, I believe it's a somewhat prestigious position to be the cheerleader of those. Well-practiced Belos here, as you can see. Coming back in here for Void as we head over to Hybrid. The map is going to be Blizzard World, so we're likely going to be seeing a lean in towards Winston compositions here. And, of course, Prophet was part of the original duo that redefined what it meant to dive. Just a Prophet, as Tracer and Winston really did take the world by storm in Apex Season 4 as GC Busan, showing just what target focus could bring to a roster. And, of course, went on to win the first season of Overwatch League as well. The question is, will Prophet be able to get that same kind of synergy with Belos Ria?
And last time we saw Seoul Dynasty on Blizzard World, it was against the Seoul Infernal. And that's with Belos Ria in the lineup, where they had the Hammond on attack, and they experimented with the Winston on defense. A lot of Brig Zen poke on the attack, actually, with some Brig Ana on the defense. But what they continuously rely on is the Prophet Tracer and PH Hanzo, which, kind of like the Dallas Fuel, they stray away from the double flanker, at least until you get PH or Edison in a more improved state when it comes to Sombra.
Hey, you see that Fuel Pachamari there? That's crazy. Custom made. That's definitely something that I would like to get my hands on. Yeah, the Sombra is something that our teams don't really want to play. They don't want to. They've been very often forced to do so just because Sombra is incredibly oppressive and allows you to essentially stage a dive for free by only having to worry about your tank taking poke rather than the DPS that's going to take part in that due to, of course, the invisibility. Here's a look at our map set. Of course, we do have set maps rather than loser picks here in our qualifier stages. I believe as we go over to knockouts, probably going to be having loser picks instead. Shambali Monastery being our third map, is where Seoul Dynasty managed to come back yesterday. But immediately up is Blizzard World.
Yeah, and last time we saw Dallas Fuel on Blizzard World, they lost this to the Seoul Infernal as well. So both these teams have lost to the Infernal on this map. But Hanbin loves the Diva. Now, are we gonna be worried about Belos Ria locking either Winston or Hammond, which is Diva being the counter to those heroes? We'll see if that will come into play. Where Edison did experiment with the Sombra, the double flanker Diva dive from Dallas Fuel back when they faced against Seoul Infernal. See if it works out. Of course, the Ana Brig, the support lineup of choice for Dallas in that case, where a lot of Ana nanos go to Hanbin, as most Divas do receive. But you would favor Dallas Fuel if that's going to be the composition that is brought out.
I'll tell you what, though. The MCD Ana has actually been putting up numbers, Lemon. It's banger after banger for the MCD Ana, even if not so much of a playmaker when it comes to the names. Oh.
That second one was louder. I think that was the Dallas fans.
It was definitely louder. Whoever was second, they won. They very much won. No MCD Ana this time. Over instead onto the Zenyatta. This is a risky play with a Diva. Oh, and it's a risky play to actually start making these points, and we could have ourselves a pause, but it allows me to expand upon this. The overall healing output of a Zenyatta, obviously significantly lower with the Orb of Harmony only giving out 30 HPS, and it's usually going to be attached to a flanker instead. So generally, Hanbin's going to be relying for healing on good cover usage and occasionally picking up mega health packs as well when they start to get supremely low. So that's something that's definitely going to be a big factor that the audience need to keep their eye on. The Hanbin health bar and how it's managed, because without a Sombra to effectively control health packs and make sure that they respawn often, Hanbin is going to have a bit of a survivability nightmare.
Yeah, Lifeweaver is now the new, just has that
The new
elevator
Sim TP.
for the new Sim TP for Widow, and that's the only time you're going to see it. But yeah, the Zen Break, all about poke, so which tells me the Hanbin playstyle is going to be reactionary, just bullying Belos Rhea, playing as safe as possible, playing off of contact of Sparkle as well, just playing very far forward as Seoul Dynasty still managed to climb up to that top right side.
I've been doing some scouting, of course, with the defense measures, get those pings in to allow Sparkle to know where is best to move. Prophet, not going to be in the best shape when it comes to these Tracer duels due to the double orb meta being discorded and then Sparkle having a harmony.
Ooh. Oh, the crunch. As Seoul Dynasty went to the top, I think there was a disconnect between Prophet and Belos Rhea on which targets they wanted to access. And with the Discord orb of MCD, you don't have time to think. You're just going to be bursted down, and Seoul Dynasty really got to coordinate on this.
Yeah, if you want to see the power and precision of a team's calls, look for how many Zenyatta assists are going to come up in the kill feed next to whoever gets the final blows here. MCD seems to be very much corralling thus far on the targeting and doing very well, as Seoul Dynasty did have Belos Rhea, maybe overstepped the mark, not realizing just how much a Zen was going to bring to bear. Remember, when Belos Rhea dives in, Hanbin can weave in behind and knock them further in.
That is not someone you want to meet in a dark alley, but Prophet has at least marked the brig for now. Dallas Fuel, fall back, wait to see which side of the point Seoul Dynasty are going to attack. Sparkle may find his way. He's identified where Lee Soo-min is. He has the pulse bomb and all blinks available, waits for his moment, and is maybe going to weaken that Krillin shield first. But Sparkle not taking too many risks, really just denying space, as in the back looms Prophet, has the pulse, took a body shot, dropped down to 20 HP. Meanwhile, Belos Rhea with the nano goes on forward. Hanbin loads him up with micro missiles as the red carpet laid down by the Dragon Strike of Dallas Fuel, who want to deny that second tick. So far, it's going well, although they could reestablish themselves a bit better, and I think Bliss will try to do so. The rally, the stun, now puts fear in the eyes of tanks or anyone who presents themselves to the Brigida, and no supports means no more fun for the Seoul Dynasty.
MCD now can just free farm through anyone who would present themselves. Seoul Dynasty unwilling to commit more than the nano boost after Belos Rhea couldn't get anything on the initial dive, and Prophet has actually been able to set up a Guerrilla camp back here from which to operate. A well-placed pulse bomb. Oh, hello. Suspicions are running high in the Dallas Fuel camp. They know that there is indeed an imposter among us. Hanbin, if they're able to eat that pulse bomb on entry, Prophet's going to feel themselves to be quite ineffective in the backlines.
But you don't want a Tracer to get all that attention either. That's maybe what Seoul Dynasty want. Dragon Strike maybe force some members off the high ground. It does get at least one member from Dallas Fuel low. Belos Rhea jumps on it. But as Prophet goes to follow up, Dallas Fuel turns towards Prophet, which now forces him back. On the other side, Sparkle trying to chase down PH, who has dropped down to the low ground. Edison, low too. It's all about which team can get those executions. So many low targets in this fight, and Dallas Fuel only find themselves up by one member. They did give back one tick. Seoul Dynasty close to capping this, as Belos Rhea's Primal is sending everyone for a swim.
Now Belos Rhea, though, has to face the wrath of the supports with a Discord, or Hanbin's managed to isolate Lee Soo-min. An attempt to move back and peel, but Hanbin's more than happy to take them both. 2 ticks, yes, again by the Seoul Dynasty, and Prophet still holding on to this pulse bomb, by the way. This is generational pulse bomb, Lemon.
It's just good marking from Dallas Fuel. Prophet hasn't had any chance to do much, even looming in the backline. Seoul Dynasty only get 74.2%. And I expected so much more after the near 100-0 comeback on Oasis City Center, to changes in compositions, the Ash Sojourn we saw in Oasis Gardens. Seoul Dynasty are trying to adapt, but it's been tough for Seoul Dynasty to finish off targets. These fights have been very close, but just not pulling through for Seoul.
If you will allow me a theory, and perhaps a copious dose of copium itself, there was a world there where Prophet was holding the pulse bomb, kind of as like a Schrodinger's pulse bomb, just trying to make sure that Hanbin was always wondering about, hey, when do I eat this pulse bomb to make sure my team survives, to try and distract that Hanbin attention, allowing PH to have a little bit more freedom on the Hanzo and a few more openings to try and weave arrows in, and did manage to find some opening damage. However, when it came to the efficacy of that ultimate, it was Spark who actually let the ultimate run loose, picked off Krillin the second that he used his rally with a well-placed stick, and made sure that Seoul Dynasty could not convert that rally into any momentum on the point. And that rally would have been absolutely brutal, because Dallas Fuel can't stay in a long fight with no real source of huge healing, like an Ana, a Baptiste, or even a Kiriko. Instead, Dallas Fuel were able to continually take these quick fights where the lack of healing didn't really come to bear.
I did like Seoul Dynasty's ideas. You know, you throw the Dragon Strike from PH, you got some members of Dallas Fuel low. There were some fights where Belos, Rhea, and Prophet just couldn't converge on the same targets, and that's what costed them. It's not necessarily how they initiated the dive. I think they got towards the point in good fashion, you know, dive towards the top right, whatnot, but Dallas Fuel only have to cap the 74.2% to go to match point, and it's all about this poke. But having a Mei is suspicious. It's not very common on this map, which is how wide it is. As they head towards the top right, this will force Prophet back.
Okay, Dallas Fuel here decided, hey, we only need to take 2 ticks really on this point, so let's just try and make a brawl happen. PH and Prophet, they're going to have to try and counter-rotate this and find off angles, but Edison strikes first, and the crowd very much enjoys Steady Eddie.
Edison has won these important picks for Fuel. When you give him the space, Edison delivers. This is one of his best heroes, and he said about it, he's talked about it in interviews, and if Seoul Dynasty lose any fight, this will be a Dallas Fuel map. Even MCD's getting involved in the kills. 3 for the Baptiste player of the Dallas Fuel as they march on forward to get the last tick and go to match point.
Oh, Dallas Fuel only losing 3 players over the entirety of that map. Meanwhile, Seoul Dynasty 20 deaths, Lemon, continuously throwing themselves into a meat grinder, hoping to jam its gears with viscera, gore, and blood. But unfortunately, all it made was a very unsanitary sprinkler for the front row here in our WDG Stadium. And Seoul Dynasty, you said it after their attack. We expected so much more from this team. For the moment, though, Dallas Fuel are beginning to recapture the expectations and the prestige that was once afforded to them and has been somewhat squandered at the beginning of our 2023 season.
And this is the comeback of the Dallas Fuel that we've been talking about. Yes, it was their first win against the Shanghai Dragons. And one more map to take a win against the Seoul Dynasty. Dallas Fuel sitting in 4th to put them 2-3. But we'll see if that'll be the case. We'll go to break. We'll see if Seoul Dynasty still got a soul in them. Dallas Fuel on match point. Get those butts in those seats. Got one more to go, and the crowd is here for a good time. And Seoul Dynasty missing in action, both physically because they're not in their chairs, and also in the maps after a full hold on Blizzard World.
I mean, it's a little early in the season for Seoul Dynasty to boom, right? But we saw the walkout, and I think it's fair to say, Lemon, you and I were collectively disappointed in the Let's Go compared to Dallas Fuel, who came out ready to play, had their Dragon Strike charades very well organized, and honestly, if you can get your calling right for your walkout, your calling in game is going to be even easier. For Seoul Dynasty, though, the fans, they are having a wee bit of a pain right now, some suffering. That's a beautiful sign right there, and I think some Wrecking Ball fans in the audience as well.
I love the Dorito nose of the players. It's great. I want to go into the crowd and make art. I miss LAN events. I'm so glad we're casting APAC though, just to get that sense. Dallas Fuel, it's been a while since they've been on a stage, but it seems to be a comfortable position for them.
Also, good to see that a fan has come out here, because MCD certainly has had a hot hand thus far on both the Zenyatta, even the Brigitte, the Baptiste. Really been showing off a lot of variety in his hero picks, and honestly, there's only really been one scenario in this entire series, which was back on Gardens of Oasis, where MCD has felt that his hero pool has to change, or his hero and the setup for Dallas Fuel has to change because of what Seoul are bringing out. They brought out a more rush-heavy Ramatra comp to try and outplay this double sniper, which honestly, I'm yet to see any real success from, Lemon. If there's a a place that it's gonna work, though, it would be like holding second point Shambali Monastery, maybe, where you can try and take advantage of the high ground to try and use the snipers to weave in this early poke and make sure you can take down the enemy team before they actually reach your tank. Void is back in, so the Ramatra with a double sniper likely to come out.
I know one fan in the crowd had a sign that said, "Holding my breath till Bliss wins."
Won't be holding it for long.
Yeah, keep on breathing. But the vibes were already off for Seoul Dynasty. I could tell that we weren't sure about this W right off the team emote right at the beginning. But you bring Void back in. You looked good on Oasis. But how will you do on Shambali? Of course, Void has been brought in the last match to play those rush styles. And Shambali has been successful for these teams in the past. Dallas Fuel taking that against Shanghai Dragons most recently. So we'll see how the rush will duel out, because Oasis did favor the Dallas Fuel.
Enough goose eggs here in terms of the points gained for Seoul Dynasty to open up a little nest. Hopefully they'll be able to pick up something here on Shambali Monastery, because honestly I don't know how much more the mentals can take, and that's going to be a big weight to put on Toby's shoulders, actually. You're often going to be looking to your back room to reinvigorate a team who are on a bad losing streak and try and make sure that they believe not only in themselves but in their teammates to be able to win. Because one of the first things that maybe falls apart when your team starts losing is your trust in your teammates, the camaraderie and the belief that this is a team that can win, and on paper they should.
Great to hear the fans. I know when I'm down 0-2, that's what I want to hear. Someone still believing in me. If it's not the back room, it's the crowd. That'll get you hyped up. And Shambali was the only map that Dynasty took against the Hangzhou Spark, who are in that top 3. So this could be a strong one for the Seoul Dynasty to get one on the board to try and climb back in this series. But out the gate, Seoul Dynasty, they got the rush. Again, no Lucio. This was something we noted on Oasis City Center, which had set Void behind on the Hanbin tank duel. And wow, a headshot from Sparkle. Lee Soo-min gone. Krillin at 1 HP. Seoul Dynasty not get the start that they wanted.
So between the Ravenous Vortex, the continuous May Cryo Beam, and the Lucio Speed Boost, Void is not being set up for success here. Like, Void's ability to move around the map is significantly compromised compared to Hanbin, who doesn't have anything to really slow him down apart from Void's Ravenous Vortex, but can get out of that easily using the speed that Bliss is going to be able to give over.
At least Copa, Soul Dynasty don't need the speed, I guess, because they're kind of stuck in spawn. But they got a May wall initially. Sparkle protecting his team there. Dallas Fuel expended some important cooldowns as the Soul Dynasty might want to hone in on that exposed May player, as Void does try to do that, but is taking arrows to the chest by Edison. And now Void has to go back to spawn almost. He got an anti from Krillin to Bliss with Love. Soul Dynasty can't capitalize on this quite yet. An early Blizzard, the first ultimate from the Dallas Fuel. And Soul Dynasty managed to dodge that even without the speed, as you just go back to the shelter of your spawn room doors. And Void gets to show himself off, and Fuel finally give up this spawn hole, but almost took away half the time bank of Soul.
Yeah, almost half the time bank gone, and everyone else is just going to die on cart here. Bliss just tries to put a little bit of tilt onto Krillin, and now here's the combo of a Nano and Annihilation, which could be incredibly difficult for Dallas Fuel to deal with. The Dragon Strike may well be a good means of dealing with that, but of course, Void gets additional mobility while in Nemesis form. That additional movement speed will be good for trying to avoid any potential pitfalls that could generate. Elsewhere, though, when Void is going to be the main playmaker, you've got to worry about those squishier targets and how Spark can get on top of them now with access to the Genji, far more assassin-orientated, maybe to try and get on top of Krillin.
So many ults from Soul Dynasty. They have the edge. This fight starts with the Dragon Strike to trap Dallas Fuel in a fight. And with the speed of Bliss, it seems Dallas Fuel are unaffected. But the Nano to Void, the Annihilation. Step up, bro. Come at me. Dallas Fuel, they're forced to use the sound barrier just to keep Edison alive. But how did the Dallas Fuel fire back? Well, they do at so many different angles. And they pounce on the back line of the Soul Dynasty. PH back on the Ash, just like Oasis. The coach gun to separate himself from Sparkle, as Krillin took a lot of pressure too, which left Void out to dry. And Soul Dynasty threw a bunch of ults. Didn't win it yet.
Good threat assessment from Dallas Fuel. We can't really kill the Nemesis form through the Nano, so instead we'll go for his squishier players in the back. Dragon Strike comes out first, splits for Soul Dynasty.
Yeah, just zone Soul off the cart. We throw the Bob down, and Dallas Fuel can just play their corner, and both the Dragon Strike and the Bob not finding much value, just, well, obviously due to the positioning, counter-positioning of the other team. Now Kitsune Rush from Soul Dynasty. Now they can take the space, as Void is chasing a Lucio, and he's got skates and you don't, but Void still gets the kill at the end of the day. Blizz didn't know what was coming till it was too late. Soul Dynasty with 25 seconds will be capping A. Sparkle wanting to die on the cart, maybe not, but at least resetting with the team.
Sit down, young grasshopper, says Prophet. You're not quite him just yet. Dallas Fuel, they want to try and get early control of this cave so that you can really control these off angles, especially with Edison. The Edison versus Prophet duel is one that we're going to be considerably interested in, given that Prophet spent most of his career over the last couple of years playing the flankers rather than these pseudo snipers.
4 HP in a dream. Prophet lives. Climbing up there to get a headshot, it's a tough demand for Prophet, but a win condition that Soul can depend on that doesn't involve an ultimate. But how does Soul climb up either this window to make sure Edison doesn't get free shots? Prophet delivers on that headshot. 5-4, but Void can't win the tank battle against Hanbin. Annihilation available. He's gonna pop it. The DPS of Soul exposed, but Hanbin playing his life well at the 150 HP mark. MCD has his back. Prophet makes sure he doesn't have a back anymore. And Soul Dynasty still ain't getting much further.
We'll call that one a tactical reset, I guess, Prophet. I'm surprised that Krillin didn't do more to try and take down Hanbin in a crossfire that Hanbin kind of put himself into with low HP. Plenty could have been done, but was simply not to be here as Edison tries for some early poke. Getting an early headshot, of course, would waylay the Soul Dynasty for a while. No Nano now available means Void is going to be looking for a significantly weaker Annihilation, but it can still be terrible to deal with on point.
Oh, the jump down from Fuel, the Sparkle Dragon Blade, oh, the Suzu from Lee Suman is well timed, the sleep from Krillin to save the day. The backline of Soul salvage this fight, and the DPS pull it off with headshots. Soul can move forward.
Oh, the Soul Dynasty supporting crowd finally got themselves a couple of Senzu beans. They've been reinvigorated seeing that sleep from Krillin. It's not over yet. Will scream through their halls as Edison Can try and waylay this with a Dragon Strike, but should be fairly easily navigable away from. Lee Soo-min almost has themselves a Kitsune Rush thus far, being a little bit understated in terms of the effectiveness of those ults, but it works beautifully in concert with an Annihilation.
Bliss is just escorting Sparkle around to see if he can catch Seoul Dynasty's off-anglers off guard. As now the DPS gone away, Lee Soo-min drops Kitsune Rush and exposed himself in a bad position, which got headshot by the Dallas Fuel, who are now not afraid to take duels. Bliss is like, I'm not interrupting this 1v1. I am going to help you get out of it, though. And Bliss, punished in that process, couldn't climb up. 10 seconds left for the Seoul Dynasty, who have the Bob. PH throws it forward and gets Maywalt off from Sparkle, so the Bob gets little to no value. Seoul Dynasty have Edison AFK, and they're still somehow winning this fight. The Seoul Dynasty have Void Nano. Krillin gives his life for it. Void has the tank diff, or Seoul Dynasty's road could end early. He does a good job of escorting the car to the end. Dallas Fuel are going to try to contest. No touch. Seoul Dynasty can't be.
When one hero stands alone, the Prodigal Knight makes it happen. A world champion, a world beater, a world eater on Ramatra. And the Void consumes Dallas Fuel as Edison's gambit to try and play from the back only grabs a 1. But no more than that. The Nemesis form beats him to a pulp. And Dallas Fuel now will have to make their Helm's Deep hold here at the end of Shambali Monastery. But already for Seoul Dynasty, this has been a good push.
Yeah. You got the ranged DPS of Seoul taking these crazy off angles behind as Sparkle has used Ice Block. Bliss gives his life, it looks like for Sparkle. And Profit! 1v2 gets it done. Seoul Dynasty, 41 seconds. This is the momentum push you needed. You don't have a tank, but PH and Profit have worked so well to pull through on fights, and PH does it with a headshot onto Edison. As Fuel don't want to stagger themselves anymore. That'll give Seoul Dynasty a halfway push to C.
Exiting this spawn, gonna be perilous against a Dragon Strike from Prophet if he can manage to find a good angle for it. Edison still holding on to their own. An attempt to try and even the odds, yes, but Bob's gonna be coming onto a point as well. The 6th man, Edison desperately wants a headshot, but no one's gonna be peeking out their cranium just now.
Dragon Strike through the left lane to isolate Dallas Fuel. Sparkle, ice blocks early to not die to Profit. Seoul Dynasty gets separated from the Dragon Strike of Edison on the other side. A blizzard from Sparkle right in the back too. Seoul Dynasty are split. And Seoul Dynasty so close to capping it at the end. PH and Profit are snipers you have to fear, as Seoul Dynasty will full cap Shambali.
And it feels like for the first time, Lowen, in a long time, I can look over at my stats page and see Profit and PH in the lead. Huge amounts of damage coming out of this Ashe. 8.2k. Sparkle and Edison, 4k and 5.5 respectively. Simply unable to keep up with what the Ashe is bringing to the table. Against the Ramatra, the Ashe poke is so strong. He's got such a big head hitbox, and you know that PH is continuously exploiting that, while Profit himself is looking for these picks onto the backline. We're seeing this duo of Lee Soo-min and Profit take these off angles because Lee Soo-min can move so freely between Krillin and the other off angles presented.
Interesting defensive DPS composition, PH and Profit. They do like playing uncommon things. I say uncommon in terms of I'm still getting familiar to the eastern side of metas, where you don't usually see Ashe and Hanzo on the NA or the North American broadcast, but now the Echo to dominate the skies. We've seen this even on the APAC Pro-Am. I remember Top Dragon pulling this out specifically, but how does PH keep that distance away? Well, Dallas will have the speed, so they'll be catching up.
See, they will. PH on the signature. This is what he was hoping for all this time. That's absolutely brutal! Edison has no idea what hit him, but now he's been put on notice. And the information has been acquired, Lemon. Oh, so I am going to be having to deal with one of these.
Yeah, Profit on this Echo, this is just a tank buster. So much burst comes out of Echo. This Profit is only channeling that damage onto Hanbin. As Dallas Fuel try to take shelter, they speed through the left side. Profit respecting that, just chunking them down and not engaging. Seoul Dynasty all about that poke. Honestly, surprised that they don't even just have a Zen for how much they want to do this. But Seoul Dynasty approaching to try and contest. Void not letting this cart go any further. Dallas Fuel have the top left side. Be careful of Edison. He's in a prime position, and so is MCD. Void not getting enough support with the double flex, who have head back towards the end of point A. This Fuel sail away.
Yeah, Sparkle creating a distraction there in the backline. Prophet does not want to take that 1v1. Echo against Tracer rarely will go the way of the Echo. She's got such a wide hitbox for Pulse Pistols to take advantage of. And Hanbin forced to actually use an Nemesis form early due to a well-placed headshot. Ooh, flying away.
Yeah, the Tracer is the counter to the Widow. And it's going to make you wonder when PH is going to swap, because this is... Point B is a little tough. If you can keep that top window position, that's where PH can justify keeping on the Widow, but Dallas Fuel are still hunting and owning this high ground. PH is so far back. That will be a point A cap for Dallas Fuel, but my worry is, what momentum do they bring into point B? They already own about half this area, and Seoul Dynasty are getting pushed back and staggered. They don't have Krillin.
And Hanbin having to use that Nemesis form for defensive measures as well to block their way out of this does mean that moving forward, it's going to be much harder, especially without the speed boost of Bliss. Dallas Fuel are going to be forced to take a more reserved position for a while, with the exception of Sparkle, who can, of course, make moves by himself. Good scouting here from Edison is going to allow Sparkle to potentially stage a dive, but will be revealed by PH's infrasights right here. Tries to play the cover instead.
Now it's the tank duel between Hanbin and Void. You have the Annihilation first, and the Ant Matrix. Depends if Dallas Fuel can get the better corner positioning. More exposure to this Ant Matrix. You got Bliss, who likes to escort these DPS into these off-angle positions. Sparkle goes to harass PH and Prophet. And Krillin eats a headshot from Edison. The frontline duel from Dallas Fuel is working out as Sparkle creates such a good distraction. Finally gets punished, but Sparkle took so much time away. Seoul Dynasty invest the Annihilation, but you don't have the Pro Brothers to assist. With Seoul Dynasty not making much headway.
Yeah, Prophet and Lee Soo-min continuously getting outplayed on this off angle by Sparkle, who doesn't require nearly as many resources to stay alive as a Hanzo would in that duel. Now, with a Pulse Bomb in hand, Dallas Fuel are setting a blistering pace here through Shambali Monastery. Void might have to once again be the bulwark in the way. That's an early Kitsune rush, but it brings Void out.
The retake from Seoul. The Kitsune rush helps Void win the tank duel. Sound barrier from Bliss came in too late. And the poke of Dallas Fuel just doesn't have the space to thrive without Hanbin. What a retake from Seoul Dynasty. A good call from the backline to pop the Nano and Kitsune rush to win the frontline duel. That's exactly what they needed to do for point B.
Room for staggers potentially as well, as Prophet took out MCD while he ran, running them down the cavalry charge. Dallas Fuel now. Swap Sparkle over onto the Genji. Maybe more easily able to take a duel against the Hanzo using that deflect to buy openings in the defense and find cracks in the armor of the Seoul Dynasty. But Void is an unmoving plinth, a pedestal of pain. If Krillin can only survive to keep him alive, which has been a problem thus far for the Seoul Dynasty, but one that they'll be able to address with the great geography and the cover that this last area gives.
Yeah, this choke point is so good for Dragon Strikes. Prophet is holding on for the full commitment of the Dallas Fuel to either isolate or even get a pick as he throws it right behind Hanbin, who might be stuck in this fight. Behind them, for some reason, is Sparkle and Bliss, the best friends for life. If Sparkle's on Mei or Genji, Bliss has his back and will even give his life for him. Meanwhile, in the front line, Seoul Dynasty, unaffected by that Dragon Strike, or I should say Dallas Fuel unaffected by the Dragon Strike. Ant Matrix from MCD. They're getting antied though by Krillin, and the Annihilation from Seoul Dynasty to force them off. As the Dragon Strike from Edison created the space between the two, the opponents clash again. 90 seconds for the Dallas Fuel to get point B, and it's not starting their way with the DPS difference. A good sleep. It's Hanbin, and he's finished off by Void.
Oh, Dallas Fuel are working with narrow openings here. I mean, they're trying to split the attention of Seoul Dynasty by having that two-person flank of Bliss and Sparkle get on top of Krillin. This opens up a chance to try and kill Void, but Edison simply isn't able to land the shots to try and burst him down. Hanbin doesn't have the proper cooldowns ready. And now
Void is winning the tank duels, and that's what's important to notice, is that's the biggest difference. Void is getting so much support. That's why you play the double flex. It's all about the tank diff. You don't have the speed, but you don't need it at this section of the map. It's about holding your ground. Nano and Kitsune Rush. Void has won this again. Sparkle finds his way in the back. The assassination, the early one that you needed from this Genji to deliver. And now hones his sights onto the back line. Krillin knows he doesn't have time to think. He nanos Void, goes forward. Hanbin with the annihilation is winning that over Void. Kitsune Rush never popped by Lee Soo-min. This is just too little too late. Dallas Fuel have souls backs against the wall, but the Bob is critical to contest the cart for a few more seconds. You even get the Suzu out there, but who is next? Void is too far back to contest. 0.05 meters. Dallas Fuel are fine. Lee Soo-min was too late to the call.
Yeah, Lee Soo-min definitely too late. They should have put it all into Void, but instead they hedged their bets and allowed Void to try and make a push unassisted, having to go too deep. And when moving in onto those squishy targets, Hanbin was able to weave in behind and hit the punches that could not be blocked onto the posterior. However, this is far from an easy angle to try and take now. So Dynasty did get their full completion, and there's only a minute here for Dallas Fuel to work with as they look to try and get value out of this blade, which is likely going to be supplemented with a sound barrier.
This has to be the fight for Dallas Fuel. They're using all their ults here. The blade not used with the barrier as you might have thought. Sparkle got the kills. 5 versus 3. Soul head back to the spawn. Prophet has to be careful. Sparkle approaching, decides to respect it, drop down to half HP. Dragon Strike 2 for Edison to lock up a side.
Krillin, if they can get access to this nano boost for the Annihilation, it would be absolutely brutal. Hanbin's already used the Nemesis form here, so his defensive capacity is severely neutered. Void places his feet on Terra Firma with
Sound
the Car
barrier.
Lemon.
Bliss, Sound Barrier, this is the push for Dallas Fuel. 30 seconds left. They got the space, but they're heading towards the backline of Seoul Dynasty. They're ignoring Void, and he shall not be ignored. The Annihilation only wins against Hanbin, but the damage has been done to the teammates of Void. No DPS, no supports, no problem for the Dallas Fuel. It's a 12-second advantage, though, which is negligible in terms of fight scopes, but it will determine who has to set the win condition. Seoul Dynasty attack first, and it's match point for Dallas Fuel. All the weight rests on the shoulders of the Seoul Dynasty.
Excellent ult tracking there from the Dallas Fuel, realizing, hey, the way we lose this, right? It's a nano annihilation. What do we do to mitigate that annihilation? We make Void sit on cart. They push the cart to the precipice of victory, and then Void has to just stick himself to it when he really wants to be out there pummeling with the nano, using the annihilation to run down the enemies. Instead, Dallas Fuel, they spread out. They use the speed boost to get into these positions that Seoul Dynasty cannot match without speed, without the mobility that the Genji brings to the table, and they take a bunch of 1v1s and mechanically outplay in every single one of them, leaving Void alone in a 1 versus 4 that simply cannot be sustained when the Annihilation runs out so quickly with no one in the radius. Excellent fight planning from Dallas Fuel, and this is the kind of thing that we expected from a reigning championship team that we haven't got thus far, and finally that spark has lit up the fuel dump.
And we talked about the Seoul Dynasty, this being their strongest map. They won against the Hangzhou Spark, a top 3 team. Seoul Dynasty took so many minutes away on their point B defense. They got rolled at A. Seoul Dynasty lost half their time bank on attack, just being spawn held by Dallas Fuel, who are running the same composition, but in a different way. They don't have Sparkle posted up at the spawn room doors like they did before. They just are going to contest this corner. This is going to be stronger for the defense overall as Hanbin patrols the left door, not wanting these DPS to creep through and get a random headshot. Good scouting from Dallas Fuel. Sparkle dropped down to like 1 HP, and you can't be losing anyone early for Dallas Fuel, especially when you're waiting for the rush pounce. Dallas Fuel are waiting for the call from Bliss or Sparkle, and Void is posted up. Sparkle is just looking for headshots. I'm waiting for Sparkle to maybe Maywall off Void, as Seoul Dynasty are taking damage but haven't fallen yet.
Remember, when it comes to fights on the cart, Dallas Fuel are far better positioned for that, using the melee. Lee Soo-min attempting to fade away will get themselves a health pack, but also a punch to the bottom.
And that's a good punch to the bottom to start off this fight. Looks like Seoul Dynasty in overtime still have Void up, but he's so far extended. You have to play an LOS of Krillin. That is your only healer. Sparkle protecting himself. Dallas Fuel playing off the Ant Matrix. Void playing cover well, survives through, but you can't say the same about the support line. What is gonna heal you, Void? Nobody! The Seoul Dynasty failed to make a point A cap happen with the 1 minute they have. This is a winnable situation for the Dallas Fuel, but not too much extra time to do it.
My healing brother in Christ, MCD, currently sits at 22,403 healing.
Oh.
Unbelievable. Hanbin's taking a lot of damage, yes, but MCD is there to pick up the pieces. What a carry performance from MCD on that flex support to make sure that Hanbin is able to try and take these fights, because a lot of the responsibility is falling upon him. Bliss is playing a far more off-angle style alongside Sparkle, creating this 3-2 split where MCD has to make sure that both Hanbin and Edison are his responsibility. Seoul Dynasty, though, they still know their win conditions here. They can hold in the same place and they will win this map. Only 12 more seconds for Dallas Fuel. Surely Seoul Dynasty here pick up a team comp that would be able to fight on the cart in these close quarters, but no, they still trust in this double sniper.
I do just want to bring back that highlight of MCD. The fact that Bliss can just focus on escorting Sparkle around and whatever shenanigans, being on the flank all the time, and MCD has to solo heal Hanbin against the double flex support. That is a huge performance from MCD. And honestly, my vote for player of the match, although I might get outvoted by other people. But that is now the final push for the Dallas Fuel. Can they get the clean sweep and get to that box of victory that sits at the corner of point A? We return to the echo composition of Seoul Dynasty. It's all about the poke, but Dallas Fuel approaching on the left side. Void trying to keep them at bay. Prophet and PH try to hose them down. That's a 3-man ante from Krillin. Dallas Fuel hiding back to the hallway. Sparkle creates a distraction. And Dallas Fuel actually have Edison slept, I believe, but Hanbin protected him and Edison woken up.
Woken up by the Ravenous Vortex. That's going to be an impact with an That's 2 that might get antied here. Edison and MCD will survive, however, and it also doesn't require the immortality field now, as PH is going to be feeling the pressure.
Seoul Dynasty giving up that high ground, heading back towards the other corner. Suzu used, just in case that Vortex would have lined up a shot for Edison. Dallas Fuel, 10 seconds left and 1 fight to go with no ults to do it, except maybe a Ant Matrix. But Seoul Dynasty will have the Nano first, and this can help Void win the tank duel better than he did against Hanbin on the last point A encounter. It is overtime. It's do or die. Dallas Fuel, they do it again. They ignore Void. They go after the back line of Seoul Dynasty as Void gets nanoed, tries to chase down Edison and Sparkle, who have so much mobility. MCD can't dodge. He lays the Ant Matrix that nobody can use. And Seoul Dynasty have clutched up at the finish line. And Void gets the MTD. Seoul Dynasty takes Shambali.
I'm going to need you to clarify if this one's correct, Lemon, but all according to Kakaku, all according to the plan, Krillin playing that back angle, knowing that Hanbin had to cover so much distance to even vaguely threaten him. And we saw Lee Soo-min playing the off angle to the right, Prophet playing the off angle to the left. It was all about making sure that Sparkle's pathing onto Krillin would be interrupted, that he'd have to take a fight, because they had to keep that Ana alive, keep that Nano alive, and keep the Dream alive. And that's exactly what Seoul Dynasty have done here on Shambali Monastery in Map 3. They will not allow their fans in this stadium to walk away without a singular map in their hands. Seoul Dynasty are clinging to the throne.
Dynasty vibes are up. You saw that the smiles are back on their faces. That was one of their best maps and their best showing of this series. It was all about the Ramatras avoiding each other and who could pounce on the back line the quickest. Seoul Dynasty live for now, but after this break, we'll find out if we go to Game 5 or not. Seoul Dynasty are on their last leg and have pushed Dallas Fuel to the brink after a close overtime Shambali. Seoul Dynasty take that one, and we go to a push map next, where just looking at the stats, Dallas Fuel haven't played Esports, the next one coming up, but the Seoul Dynasty have, and they lost it. But it was close against the Spark.
It was close against the Spark. Profit almost brought it over the finish line with consistent pulse bombs against Monk, trying to get rid of that Ana early, but unfortunately in the end, losing out to the consistent pressure of the shy Sombra, who was hitting some fatty MPs. However, it could be an entirely different dynamic here. We know that these teams are not quite as keen on playing the Sombra, so maybe they won't be playing such an uneven match this time around. However, as it stands, Shambali Monastery, Seoul Dynasty are Shambali Monastery specialists, as it currently stands. And they might need to expand their winning hero pool by 1 to Esperanza.
I like the frog crying. I don't know what that says, but I don't imagine it's good. As we all wait to see how this next map is going to go. The Seoul Dynasty. We're lucky enough to get one of their strongest maps of Shambali. But Esperanza currently 0-1. But looking strong, and it was off of the Junker Queen from Void, who is going to be subbed back in, or, well, he's going to remain in, I should say, which, it depend on him. He's been a reliable tank for them thus far. And PH is a funny guy. He plays a lot of Soldier, and I say a lot as in more than anyone else on a couple of maps, including even a showing on Shambali. We'll see if the Soldier makes an appearance again. Just the high mobility has been nice. He's been showing everything from Sojourn to Soldier to Ash. Just something to get rid of Dive or something to get rid of Tracers off his back.
I don't care. If it's not Sombra, I will play it. Is the is the tactic for PH as we return into the studio. Of course, we are split into our Dallas Fuel and Seoul Dynasty camps of fans here. An old Seoul Dynasty jersey. I do quite like those. I do wish they had a little bit more prominence of the old Tiger logo. I do think the Seoul Dynasty's Tiger is one of the best logos in the league, alongside, of course, the Houston Outlaws Buffalo. I'm not sure. Wildebeest, whatever the two pistols form into. Here's a quick look at the stats of the Ramatras on Shambali Monastery.
Yeah, this has been the big conversation throughout this series, where we talked about Void not getting as much assistance due to not having a Lucio. But on certain maps where you don't need to have much mobility, like that Point B Shambali, that's where Void and the double flex support of the Seoul Dynasty vanquished. They were able to nano Void and Kitsune Rush, Suzu the team. That's where Void and friends thrive, when they don't have to move. But on maps where there's a lot of rotations, like a push map, where there's a lot of running around, I'm favoring the Dallas Fuel and going back to the Lucio composition. If we have a Junker Queen matchup, as I'm maybe expecting, you gotta favor the Dallas Fuel. That's been one of their strongest compositions.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel, a lot more precise with their rotations. Great fight planning around mobility, whereas, like you said, the fight planning for Seoul Dynasty often relies on, we're going to stay in one place and hope that they come to Void and let Void beat them to death. that was the plan on Shambali Monastery 2 days in a row, and you know what? Both times it worked. We head over to push. Like you said, it's going to be mobile, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. And that's where the Fuel are at their best, moving around, getting onto those backlines, utilizing speed, power, and maneuverability, where Bliss is able to really excel on the Lucio.
Krillin will play it too.
Played in tandem.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that Krillin. I mean, he played it last time they were on Esperanza. But how comfortable are they if they play so much flex support? Can the Seoul Dynasty keep up in those rotations? It's all about Krillin making those calls, and Bliss, I think, has been fantastic on the Lucio. I think the only criticism we really had of the Seoul Dynasty, despite Oasis being so close, was that PH just kept jumping away from the team on Sojourn. And despite that, it was almost a 100-0 comeback by the Seoul Dynasty on City Center.
There were sparks of brilliance, but can they be brought up into a roaring fire? That's a lot of looking seemingly raw fish on the table. Just some hard sashimi. roaring flame and a roar
Russian.
themselves from the fans. Wow.
I want those pipes. How do you yell like that? I could not. I need those vocal cords, man. Teach me.
It's passion. Ignited fresh. A rollout here from the sim. Sparkle. Swapping over, of course, onto the Tracer, but this does mean that there's going to be advanced positioning here for Dallas Fuel, which is potentially going to be harder to break for Seoul Dynasty, as Hunbin's going to get themselves a nice little stand up here on the pop plant to give a good overview of the battle and where to try and put this carnage.
Ooh, it is a ring around the rosy kind of situation where there is that availability of rotating to the right side. You got this Tracer versus Genji. Important for the Genji to maybe have some assistance of the Lucio to rotate into better positions when you don't have as much mobility as a Tracer, and dash resets important, and it requires an elimination for that to happen. So far, no deaths, despite Dallas Fuel having that forward position, as you mentioned. Void and Hanbin pulling themselves in. No big advantage that I'm seeing, despite maybe a 20% Kitsune rush for Lee Soo-min over MCD, who's quickly catching up. Now you got the Tracer harassing Prophet. Falls back, knows that he might lose that duel against Sparkle, so plays that smartly. He got the shout from Dallas Fuel. Hanbin a little bit low. Suzu used by MCD as Fuel slowly but surely losing this fight. Sparkle makes his way to the back line, but not before the front falls of the Dallas Fuel as the first fight goes to the Seoul Dynasty.
And you can really see where the target focus of these two teams is given. What in the world? Did Sparkle just stick a wall and Prophet ran into it? Not entirely sure. The target focus definitely feels like Seoul Dynasty are putting a lot more damage into Hanbin, and that's what you can bring to the table with the Genji, right? Like, you've got some excellent poke that doesn't suffer from damage fall off against the large hitbox of a Junker Queen that can do a fair amount, and when she gets in close, those Shuriken fans will also start to chunk through the health bar.
Void has used Shout. He's completely isolated. Kitsune Rush from Lee Soo-min is enough to save Void in this situation, who's baiting them into a rampage. Hit 3. Suzu from MCD saves the backline. Edison not so lucky. Seoul Dynasty pounce on their prey, as it'll be back-to-back fights for them, extending that 17-meter lead.
The lead will be extended, but it was 2 ultimates used by Seoul. MCD responded to the rampage using a Suzu, but still Edison, left out to dry in a separate position, was unable to be afflicted with that, and so taken down by the anti-heal. Krillin going to be in charge of the next fight, in tandem with Prophet, of course. We didn't see the combination of the blade and the sound barrier last time around, but surely the sound barrier needs to be used here to rebuff the Dallas Fuel armory, which has been accrued.
Or to survive the rampage, but it's a momentum push from Seoul, as Hanbin just has to wait for that to dwindle away. Edison, with the Kitsune Rush, is blasting away. Seoul Dynasty fire back with their own blade. Overclock countered by the sound barrier Kitsune Rush. Only ultimates on the table. This is a big fight for Seoul Dynasty to win, as they're up by 2, and Dallas Fuel haven't put a dent into the Seoul Dynasty thus far. And you gotta worry. Is a reverse sweep in the cards with how good Seoul Dynasty look?
Oh, Dallas Fuel started off the day all smiles, but they would certainly be wiped off their faces if Seoul Dynasty managed to find that elusive reverse sweep. Hanbin simply could not find a rampage to have in that fight. The self-healing would have been so good, Lemon. Now
Seoul
coming in
Dynasty,
from the top.
yeah. Oh, the rampage. Oh, pulling one target in. Hanbin hesitates. Sparkle is ready for the call. Shout used. Void responds. Seoul Dynasty falling back as far as they can with PH dead. This is not a fight Seoul can take, and they're low. And Dallas Fuel are chasing. What more can they get? Good rotations. Seoul Dynasty only lose 2. And maybe more, actually. Seoul Dynasty could not get away. And Dallas Fuel have a good showing now.
And Krillin dying late as well means that they are going to be spawning away from the forward spawn that was earned previously by the Seoul Dynasty, Lemon. That might mess with the overall tempo here of the Seoul Dynasty, as Lee Soo-min looks to find another place to try and put down this Kitsune Rush. And Sparkle, of course, can try and put them to bed.
Rampage, though. I'm worried about this rampage. If Seoul Dynasty stay hidden in this closet, Hanbin has the rampage. You're already at 5 versus 4. You might not even need the ultimate, especially when you're winning the tank duel. Void barely kept alive as he rampages in half HP to finish off Hanbin, as Sparkle's blade diminished through the anti-heal of the Junker Queen ultimate. Seoul Dynasty just pushed back, and Dallas 2 also were pushing this entire time, so they'll have forward spawn. If Dallas 2 win this next fight, they're gonna take the lead.
Okay, there's the push. For a second, I thought they were going to not bother finishing that one off. This does give them a forward spawn, Lemon. And that's going to be increasingly important as you try and play a lesser manned battle. Of course, Dallas Fuel took multiple casualties in the previous battle and have to go back up to 5 players. And Hanbin is still holding on to this rampage, just making sure that Lee Sumin never wants to use for Suzu.
Yeah, it was good initiative from Seoul Dynasty last fight where they rampaged early. Hanbin has the rally available. Where is the rampage? Seoul Dynasty don't have a tank, so Dallas Fuel want to conserve ultimates because they got a long road to get back to those forward spawns and to win the fight afterwards. The Sparkle looks clean with the Genji, and you love to see him on one of his best heroes thriving in this meta.
Yeah, Sparkle is definitely moisturized and in his lane, exactly where he wants to be at this moment. Remember that approaching the Dallas Fuel control here is going to be incredibly dangerous against the overclock that Edison has in the back of his hand. Can try and keep them at bay until the lead is gained, and there it is for Dallas Fuel. Now they can just try and play an objective game.
Overclock. Oh, almost get that final shot onto PH. It's Overclock City. Both teams playing defensively, not taking any risks, not jumping in. Forward spawn for Dallas Fuel. Rampage again from Hanbin. I don't know how many times we're going to say it. He's got the speed. He's got the shout, the barrier. Response from Krillin. Later sound barrier will favor Seoul. At the later stages of this fight, Rampage through a few. It is Suzu by Lee Soo-min. Hanbin puts himself in a dangerous position, but he's got the follow-up of the Army of the Fuel as they march on forward, taking the lead, getting even further.
The Army of the Fuel stands triumphant in this case. Even more distance, even more chances to try and put down the rebellion that was the Seoul Dynasty. Reverse sweep hopes. 3.5 minutes remain as you cast your eyes to the top of the screen. Sparkle ready to once again command respect with his blade. It's been getting so much value despite not having too much in the terms of amplification behind it. It's the raw mechanics that Seoul Dynasty have found confounding again and again.
He almost got a pull in the void, which could have been the Dragon Blade call. Seoul Dynasty, ideally you want to win this fight without having to use ultimates like this Rampage so that you can just play the neutral fight, but Dragon Blade towards PH, who jumps to the loving arms of Suzu, which only buys time. PH falls as the Rampage of Void makes a bigger dent into the Fuel, who even invests the rally despite not having Bliss and Sparkle in this engagement. Fuel, what more than the 108 meters that they got, but Seoul Dynasty are healed back up to full, and Fuel's brawl is starting to dwindle. Lee Soo-min with the Kitsune rush. Fuel were already leaving this fight. I don't agree with this call.
Not the ideal, Lemon. Not the ideal at all. Dallas Fuel, they were scarfing, and now they can actually intercept the bot before it even gets out of his area.
Like, you should have just, if you're going to commit the Kitsune rush, chase them down, whatever it takes. Seoul Dynasty, we're focused on the cart. At least they're winning this fight and generating more as PH removes the heads of the Fuel. Seoul Dynasty are only down about 44 meters with 2 minutes left. It is possible, but it's going to take all the efforts.
Hanbin, once again, with a Rampage. See if we let this one age like fine wine. Fermented the last one into something that you need ID in order to actually look at. Seoul Dynasty have plenty of tools in their own chest as well. Prophet's blades thus far nowhere near as effective as Sparkle's, but it's time to change that. You need it for the reverse sweep.
Oh, the shout used from Void. PH thought he was safe on this high ground. Dallas Fuel climb up. Oh, and they even force the barrier out of Krillin. If you're Fuel, you can just back away from this. You actually steal the bot from them. Makes Soul's journey even longer and more painful. This Prophet needs to live here. The Dragon Blade, an important win condition behind him. It is a Joker Queen with Rally. Hanbin, Void clash together. Suzu only available from Seoul to cleanse this. Soundbear from Bliss buys them health and time. And it's enough for the Dallas Fuel to shut down the chances of Seoul coming back with the 1 minute they have. This will be almost impossible.
Sparkle on 13 final blows right now, deadlifting the team, and it could get even better here. With a blade in hand for Prophet, it's only 4 final blows. It's been ignominious for what some people would call the go up against the new rich for these Sparkle on the Genji.
Okay, Kitsune rush right out the gates. That'll tell you. Get off my lawn. Dallas Fuel, though, stepping right back up. You got the rally, the blade, and Seoul cowering back home, calling for mama. 126 meters, full cap in the sights of the Dallas Fuel. who got more on the menu for the Seoul Dynasty. An overclock is popped. Edison wants to shut them up for good. 10 seconds left. The Seoul Dynasty with respawn advantage. And PH is going to find that out the hard way. 5-4 as Dallas Fuel have Seoul cornered, quite literally, as Edison jumps in, follows up behind Sparkle. Dallas Fuel are insane. Prophet, though, brings out the blade and punishes the Fuel's overextension, as Seoul will live, but it's overtime, and you're down so much.
The blade had to be used, and finally Prophet finds a means to use it. But now all the weight of Seoul Dynasty's reverse sweep rests on the shoulders of Krillin, the side character. Close to protagonist status, maybe here can finally claim it as Void builds up towards the rampage. Dallas Fuel simply needs to pick their moment and troll this bot to keep Seoul Dynasty on their toes.
Seoul Dynasty have to go all the way. Ideally, not needing to use ultimates here. Be good for them. But you gotta do what it takes, and Prophet chunked down a headshot from Medicine. He delivers again, a rampage from Void. Hits 2 of the Dallas Fuel. Krillin with the sound barrier to keep the brawl kicking for the Seoul Dynasty as they head to the neutral point. And they keep on trucking. PH, pick on Edison. That's a good start. Overclock as Dallas Fuel are low. You dodge the rampage, but you can't dodge the shield bash. Seoul Dynasty still have members living as Dallas Fuel chase them. They're in their shadows. They're in their heads. The rally begins. The army of the Fuel are here. And Seoul Dynasty in the APAC qualifier.
And Sparkle finally gets his day. 19 final blows out of 37. That is a deadlift right there from the boy on the Genji, on his signature hero, up against Prophet, one of the greatest of all times, and Fang for the Genji as well as for Tracer, doing 30% more damage and doing 4 times as many in terms of final blows. An unbelievable performance from this DPS monstrosity.
Dallas Fuel climb 2-3. Aw, hugs from Sparkle to Prophet. A lot of respect between these two teams. Dallas Fuel, I felt maybe a tinge of disrespect with Dallas Fuel like touching the spawn room doors and ulting. Usually you'd want to save your ult for retakes, but Dallas Fuel, that's the type of confidence they had. Your winners will be the Dallas Fuel, like I said, who go 2-3, who solidify themselves in 4th place, as Seoul Dynasty will have to fight against Shanghai on who will be last place. But Shanghai's next match is against the Guangzhou Charge, which you'll expect Seoul and Shanghai to be in the pits, but it's all about how you climb back up.
It's the climb out of Tartarus, which is often making the best story. Dallas Fuel moving to Korea this year. The organization made the choice. We will release them from Texas in order to keep our core, to keep Sparkle, to keep Edison, to keep Hanbin. These legendary players. They leveraged their position and their prestige to take themselves back to the homeland, to play in front of the fans, and also play at home during our mid-season madness, which is going to be taking place in Korea. Here's our player of the match, Edison.
Oh yeah, this was the matchup that I was most looking forward to seeing. Edison versus PH, which struggled on the Sombras, but thrive and shine on the Hanzos, where it was actually the Sojourns today on Oasis that dueled off Edison versus PH. I thought it was fairly close, but then Hanzo from Edison on Blizzard World, you just had these jumping headshots that were crazy. Here are the highlights of Oasis, where it was, like I said, very close between PH and Edison. I think PH coming alive at the end of City Center is what made that 0 to almost 100 comeback from Seoul Dynasty happen. But Edison's headshot counts on Blizzard World, I think, is what allowed Dallas Fuel to full hold.
Yeah, the headshots from Edison just decided Blizzard World. There's no doubt in my mind about it, Lemon. And to be honest, Edison is kind of the hallmark of Dallas Fuel kind of changing gears, shifting their phase here in competition, where they've moved on from trying to make Hanbin into the Winston player. Fearless, he ain't. And you know what? That's okay. Hanbin never had to learn the Winston. He was on a team with Fearless. If you learned Winston, that would be a profound waste of your time. And Dallas
D.Va's
Fuel,
meta right now, so.
They finally started to play their own style, leaning into the Junker Queen, leaning into the Ramatra and the D.Va, things that Hanbin's really good at. And playing their own game has rewarded Dallas Fuel with even more wins.
And I mean, you look at Seoul Dynasty and they didn't play as much Belos Rhea in these last two matches, who is their main tank player. And this is the rise of off-tanks where you expected out the gates Dallas Fuel to be stronger in this off-tank meta, but it's taken adjustments, right, to go and travel to APAC just to be in this region with the different playstyles, how much more aggressive and mechanically strong APAC teams are. But Edison showing up where in the championship, it was all about the Reaper and playing around Edison's hero pool. But now that he's found his strength or has gone back to his strength of Hanzo, Dallas Fuel just looks so much better.
Check out that ratio of critical hits to final blows as well. That will give you a great example of how Edison is not using this Hanzo to really farm tanks as much. Otherwise, the critical hits would be far higher compared to the final blows, because you obviously get to farm multiple critical hits on those huge tank headboxes. But Edison instead, he's taking the DPS duels and consistently winning them, keeping PH on his toes, keeping Profit honest, and also making sure that Bliss wasn't able to freely escort around that off angle, which was incredibly important for making sure that you had that secure flank, allowing MCD to put out huge numbers as a healer.
And Dallas Fuel, they win against Shanghai, they win against Seoul Dynasty, or sort of at the bottom two teams. But can Dallas Fuel take down the top two, the top three? Or will Dallas Fuel be stuck in the middle? We'll go to the stage now to hear from an interview from Sparkle.
네, 정말 많은 분들이 지켜봐 주시는 가운데 댈러스 퓨어가 서울 다이너스티의 빅매치 함께하고 오셨습니다. 결국 3대1로 댈러스 퓨어이 승리를 가져가게 되었는데요.
The Dallas Fuel won against the Seoul Dynasty 3-1. So the player of the match today was Edison, but we have Sparkle on the stage to have an interview.
안녕하세요. 댈러스 퓨어에서 DPS를 맡고 있는 스파클 김영환입니다.
Hello, I'm Sparkle Kim Young-han. I'm DPS for the Dallas Fuel.
인터뷰를 하면서 이렇게 무슨 팀의 무슨 선수입니다라고 자기소개를 한 그런 선수가 처음이라서 오늘
Well, this is the first time that actually a player introduced himself as the DPS for which team.
제가 에디슨 형이 한조 세레모니를 했는데 제가
So
용이 되어
when we walked in,
선물을
we
뜯어버리고
had a performance about the Hanzo Dragon, and it was about celebrating Edison on his POTM yesterday.
아니요 그냥 갑자기 저보고 하라 하는 것 같아가지고
Well, to be honest, Edison just told me to do it, so I just did it.
네, 제가 잠깐 스파클 선수께 여쭤봤는데 오늘 혹시 준비해 주신 세레모니가 있을까요?라고 여쭤봤는데 오늘은 아니다.
So did you prepare for a ceremony for the interview today? And he did say no before the interview. So, but do you have anything hidden?
오늘 아니에요.
No, not today. Well, I'm not the POTM. Why should I even do a
네,
celebration?
그럴 듯한 이유가 있는데요, 여러분. 오늘은 아니다라고
Ah,
말씀해 주셔서
fair reason.
기회에 더 좋은 세레모니 한번
Well, maybe next time when you're a
기대해 볼
POTM,
만할 것
we'll expect
어제
a performance from
우리
you.
댈러스 퓨어의 분위기가 완전히 전환이 됐다고 느껴졌어요.
So yesterday was arguably the turning point for the Dallas Fuel. How's the atmosphere down there?
저희가 이제 시즌 초창기 때 약간 좀 미끄러졌었는데
Early in the season, we were really struggling.
까지 연습해가지고 그 보여주는 그런 팀이었는데
And
너무 이제
usually
저희가
the Dallas Fuel that we're
따라가는
used to
그런
is the team
소용이
that does
저희가
our
잘하는
style
걸
of play
밀고자
rather than
이제
trailing
좋은
what other
분위기가 돼서
teams
좋은
do. But we just found out that we were trying to just imitate what other teams were doing rather than playing to our own strengths. So that's I think what we struggled.
적응을 해서 정말 말씀해 주신 대로 한계치까지 이 자기의 경기력 그리고 그 영웅 이해도를 끌어올리는 것이 맞다고
But looking at your
But
looking at your recent games, I think you do have finally found that Dallas style of play.
굉장히 뛰어난 모습을 많이 보여주셨습니다.
And also, individually, I think your
같아요.
mechanics are looking sharper than earlier in the season. What do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think individual performances were also getting a lot better.
좋은 모습 많이 보여주셨는데 우리 댈러스 퓨어는 혹시 개개인의 판단을 이 팀적인 운영보다 조금 더 중요하게 생각하는
Is
편인가요?
Dallas Fuel a team that puts more importance in individual decision making rather than team decisions?
그래도 이제 단계를 밟아가는 운영도 중요하다고 생각하기 때문에 천천히 하는 것 같아요.
Well, I think it's a little bit of both because we also do individual decisions, but also we also kind of take time a little bit to kind of sum up our ideas together and make a team move.
왜냐면 양 팀의 탱커 선수 모두 다 정커킨에 정말 잘한다라고 소문이 난 선수들이었는데 그 탱커 선수를 지원하기 위해 어떤 노력이
Well,
있었을까요?
both teams were coming into this match were known for both having good Ramachas and Junker Queens. What did you do as a team to support your tank?
오르거든요. 그래서 이제 저희가 맞춰주고
So usually when a tank player plays Junker Queen, they get really excited and they just want to go in. And so what we try to do best is like we try to support their aggressiveness as much as we can.
왜냐면 한빈이가 캐리하거든요.
So basically when Hanbin does what he wants to do, he carries. So we just try to help him do what he wants to do best.
저희 팀에 도둑놈이 너무 많아서 아쉽네요.
So are you upset that you're not the POTM? Well, there's too many thieves, POTM thieves on our team, so whatever.
그냥 다들 으쌰으쌰하는 것 같아요.
So how do you kind of keep your morale up? Well, I guess it's also a team effort in that nobody blames each other. We try to cuddle each other, like say that it's going to be okay.
블리스 선수도 자유롭게 우리 형들에게 의견을 말하는
So Bliss is the youngest member of your team. What's Bliss's role in the team?
동생이기 때문에 좀 처음에 말을 좀 많이 하라고 계속 갈궜는데.
Well, I mean, he is the youngest member of the team, and he's kind of like the quiet one. But now that he's used to us, he's just he just bosses me around here and there. Now he's totally fine.
아마 다음 경기 이기면 하지 않을까라고 생각하네요.
Well, he actually has something prepared. Maybe next match when we win, he'll have something surprise for all of you.
퀄리파이어 스테이지의 일정이 모두 끝이 났습니다. 사실상 이제 그렇게 매드 시즌까지 가는 관련이 많이는 없잖아요. 퀄리파이어가.
Well, so the qualifier performances isn't really pivotal in your actual survival or participation in the mid-season madness. But still, do you have any thoughts on your performances on the qualifiers as a whole? Well, I mean, I think I'm very sorry to the fans because this isn't the performance that you've been expecting, but we'll definitely improve and show better performances coming on. Thank you.
네, 이 다음으로는요. 오늘의 마지막 매치인 서울 임페리날과 광저우 차지의 빅매치가 준비되어 있습니다. 처음 맞붙는 두 팀인데요. 과연 어느 팀이 끝에 가서 웃게 될지 끝까지 함께 해주시기 바라면서 저는 다음에 다시 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 지금까지 손혜민이었습니다. 여러분 고맙습니다.
All right, well, thank you, Unknown, for the interview with Sparkle. I think the big takeaway there was Bliss is a bully. I'm just kidding. But also the reoccurring trend with the Dallas Fuel of following the meta, but really going back to their strengths.
Yeah, returning to the Dallas Fuel style of play is definitely served them super well. Russia's never really been a trend follower. This goes all the way back to the Element Mystic days. I'm sure many people here remember the old Doomfist Sombra attempt at trying to counter the GOATs. It was one of the most legendary matchups in Korean competitive history to have your runaway classic GOATs, more meta slave style, versus the Element Mystic wild style of playing both Doomfist and Sombra. That was Sparkle and Doha at the time, and it was Hanbin who was actually playing Brig. And it always feels like teams under Rush, whether it's Element Mystic, the Paris Eternal, or now the Dallas Fuel, have played so much better when we just allow the Rush brainchild to be their style of play, because he often makes the best use of the players he has, and their own hero pools, rather than what's currently meta.
It was cool to see. I'm glad we got an interview from Sparkle, because he just always brings that smile, like losing or winning. Sparkle is such this bright, positive person on the team, and talks about how they're all trying to rob each other of player of the match. Bliss is up next. I know there was one person in the crowd who had the Bliss sign, and they're on their knees waiting for the player of the match from Bliss. I had my player of the match vote for MCD, just to give love to the supports, because I thought MCD's performance was out of this world on the Baptiste. on Blizzard World, who got a 3K at some point. His Brig was fragging out on Oasis. All around, Dallas Fuel have highlight players that have had their moments to shine, whether it's Sparkle on the Dragon Blade. I was kind of criticizing his Genji at the start of the season just because how easily teams were able to punish and maneuver around it, but Sparkle found his secret sauce, I guess, of how to pull off this hero in such a difficult meta.
Yeah, like you said, Bliss became a lot more comfortable with the team and seems to have rolled into a kind of Sparkle management role. He's now Sparkle's agent, taking...
2023 오버워치 리그 스프링 스테이지 퀄리파이어 동부 지역 3주 2일차 경기 계속해서
Welcome back, everyone. We got our second and final match of the day. Another Seoul team presents themselves. Seoul Infernal in third place versus the undefeated, the untouched #1 team, Guangzhou Charge.
Unsullied as well. Like you said, Lemon, untouched, not a single map dropped yet by the Guangzhou Charge. No one expected at the beginning of this season the Guangzhou Charge would roll out as the saviors of APAC, and not even with many changes to their team either. Picking up Piggy towards the nadir of their last year, which admittedly was, it looked okay towards the end of last year, but unfortunately the damage had already been done to their season, and they couldn't make it through to playoffs. However, now instead, having had time to generate that synergy, Guangzhou Charge are looking like a well-oiled machine, and Jimmy and Choi Se-won are looking like the two best DPS in APAC.
Yeah, it's cool to see the Piggy hype after, being that substitute from on the Houston Outlaws to now writing MTD in the chat against Belos Ria. Like, that was a fun match. Guangzhou Charge, also, their style doesn't rely as much on the double flanker as other teams. They much prefer the Tracer Hanzo, and they flex to a lot of different compositions, especially on control. Soul Infernal on the other side, though, much more reliant on the double flanker. Have shown it a lot more. I would say their MN3 and Zest one of the best when it comes to Sombra Tracer, as MN3 splits his time on Hanzo with the occasional Cassidy. But let's take a look at the Soul Infernal hype video.
I'm hyped, Lemon. I'm real hyped coming out of this into our starting lineup. There's no surprises here. There aren't that many of them. MN3 Zest, Mag, Skewed, and Fixer. MN3 and Zest, where I want to immediately get out my microscope, my magnifying glass, and have a look at what they want to play, because we went from two teams that hate the Sombra to a team that really does enjoy a little bit of that double flanker. Tracer and Sombra from MN3 and Zest. This is a roster that wants to surround you and crunch on in.
But they're the ones that got crunched on their very first match of the season against the Seoul Dynasty, losing to their sister team there. It was a game 5, but it was a banger. But ever since then, it's been smooth sailing. 3-0s against the Shanghai Dragons, 3-0s against the Dallas Fuel, with the caveat that they were lower end teams at the time. So where do we put the Seoul Infernal? I think this match will decide that. How big of a fight can they put up against a team that has not dropped a game? That is a tough challenge and a tougher final boss.
Yeah, does Fix have some moisturizing strips on? Just like me, for real, for real? I mean, hey, moisturized. In his lane, Fixer, I believe, has been playing a lot of Brigitte recently. Next up, we'll have to consider the Guangzhou Charge for the consideration of all of you out there who haven't picked up any APAC yet, who haven't watched. You've been missing out on the Jimmy Fornication session. It has been an absolutely brutal showing from the sniper out of China. In a good way, an absolutely good way. Jimmy is Himmy, and that cannot be argued currently. Piggy's been such a great addition to this roster, really flexing away from that off-tank kind of role onto all manner of different tanks. We saw the MTD that we mentioned earlier against Belos Ria and the Ryan versus Ryan, playing plenty of Winston too. Iggy's been able to do it all and bring home the bacon.
Jimmy is definitely winning in the staring contest, I gotta say. This isn't a land match, but of course the people in the WDG studios are welcome to stay there for the watch party. So Guangzhou Charge, we'll see, will they drop a game? Because the Seoul Infernal, as the 3rd seed, are some stiff competition. And against the Seoul Infernal's double flanker, we'll see how comfortable Jimmy will be on the Hanzo. Will he want to flex to another DPS that will be more survivable against, assassins?
Yeah, the Assassination Squad is definitely going to be looking for Jimmy so much of the time. It's going to be public enemy number 1. The question is, can Infernal get on top of him before the rest of Guangzhou Charge start to pick apart that backline? Fixer, I'm really looking to be an excellent bodyguard to Skewed here. He's been playing a lot of Ana. Fixer's Brig is going to be imperative for making sure that Skewed stays alive.
I just watched the Infernal video that they posted of their little huzzah. The team emote that you would see on the stage. They did that in person. That's great to see. As we compare the stats between Skewed and Faraway on the flex support, man, Faraway putting up a lot of damage and not sacrificing deaths in the process. The backline, we saw even in our last series how big of a difference that makes when it comes to the rush or really just the tank duel in general. These are the people you depend on.
Yeah, Faraway's putting out the numbers, and we saw in our previous match just how important that can be. MCD was absolutely pushing Healing out of the Baptiste. Ilios going to be our first map up here, Lemon, and This is where we expect Piggy to be able to flex his hero pool considerably. We're likely going to see some D.Va and some Winston, depending on which of our sub-maps we roll over to first. But we don't really know anything about Soul Infernal on this map, so we're only left to speculate. And part of me wonders if MN3 is going to go back to his old haunt on the Ash that we've seen multiple times over in North America on Lighthouse, where we consistently see Ashes try and get on top of the Lighthouse and create a little camp up there from which to snipe down.
Yeah, this was almost a map that Guangzhou Charge lost to the Hangzhou Spark, went all the way to round 3, and Ruins was the only round that they lost. And man, the DPS were flexing all over the place. I like that Choice A1 and Jimmy can overlap on the Tracers, and mostly you're going to see Choice A1 on there unless Choice A1 wants to play the Echo, which is his niche pick that he likes on Ilios well, especially. But Jimmy, anything from Ash, Hanzo, Tracer, you name it, he does it. Farway and Xerneas sticking to the Ana Brig usually, where they'll nano Peggy most of the time unless Choice A1 gives them a good reason. Sometimes you nano the Echo. At least you see that a lot in North America.
No chant this time.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's no crowd.
I was
waiting for
gonna
it.
let it breathe a sec just in case we got a Soul Infernal chant, but Dynasty have definitely created a little bit of a hegemony over the fans as Guangzhou Charge is going to roll out here with the Echo. Choice A1, it's a little bit of a pocket pick for him. For Zest, very much the same. MN3 maybe slightly less comfortable on the Tracer, but Jimmy also is going to be flexing over from that hit scan roll.
I'm surprised that Zest wants to match this Echo. Not that I'm not a hater. I just think Sombras, you can chase down that Echo, hacker from the sky. It's an equal, pretty good counter. But the duplicate, not as big of a win condition as it was before. EMP, much more consistent. So we have trading blows, antis hitting Soul Dynasty, Zest up in the air at half HP, finished off by Choice A1. And this is why you have to wonder, you go up against Choice A1 on one of his top picks. It's Guangzhou Charge with the 5 versus 4 going punish mag in the process. Soul Dynasty, or sorry, Soul Infernal, I gotta get used to that, overstaying their welcome.
Oh, just moving the focusing beam between two low health targets. Unbearable DPS coming out from Choice A1. And remember here, Piggy can get on top of these supports a lot more easily than Mag can, because Piggy won't be perturbed by something like a whip shot due to the constant momentum given over by the D.Va boosters, whereas Mag has to rely on a singular burst of momentum from the jump pack, which can easily be stymied by a well-timed whip shot. But conversely, Mag can do more to try and cut off Piggy from the supports, using that shield to make sure Farway's line of sight can be somewhat occluded.
Despite Soul Infernal taking more damage, they didn't generate the nano much faster. That's just due to the burst that Guangzhou have. Nano available, which sometimes you can give this to the Brigitte for the sustain if you think your backline is in trouble. Pulse, MN3 misses, Choice A1 nano, we talked about this Echo, and the 3K for Choice A1. Top DPS, as you mentioned, delivering the special.
Yeah, he's, there have been too many people talking about Jimmy recently. I need more Choice A1 chatter, they might say. A duplicate, ready to go. Zest, not even halfway just yet. Doubling the ult charge of the counterpart. I think that Zest certainly is brave, as you said, to try and take Choice A1 in his own field. This is where Choice A1's at his most comfortable, actually. Playing some of these projectile heroes. Choice A1 best known as a Genji and as a Echo.
Ooh. Okay, pulse from Jimmy. And Choice A1 is lapping, or not lapping, but doubling Zest's ult charge in that case. The 4K helps force the primal from Mag. When you are down supports, Soul Infernal thriving in the front with MN3 following up with Mag, and now being chased by Jimmy. 91% and growing for the charge is Soul Infernal. Despite the few picks they got, they fell back for reinforcements, realizing they didn't have healing. Now Fix is in the picture with Rally. They go and carve through the right side. The Infernal push charge against the wall as the Rally is summoned from Fixa. Mag leaves Fixa out to dry, but Charge haven't realized this yet. Up above, Zest is nano doing his impression of Choice A1, who duplicates the Ana for a second life. As Soul Infernal on their last leg, fighting tooth and nail. As Soul Infernals just can't seem to take a fight, but it is pretty close.
No matter what, Piggy will get Nano, whether it's from far away or from Choice Sayer 1. But support for the Piglet is here. An attempt to dodge for self-destruct using the duplicate, yes. It will give Zest a little bit more HP to work with. But still, Guangzhou Charge refuse to give up this point. They're still at 99% overtime.
I mean, Infernal are just staggering in, and it's 2 or 3 people left. Mag trying to hold on to space, but now his backline is exposed. Jimmy on the hunt, and Mag can't keep living. He hid for healing, and Soul just didn't keep that one going. Charge with 100-0. Yikes.
Yep, I think that's my point as well, Lemon. Little yikes. Thus far, I do believe that Choice Air 1 is building up towards a deadlift. Look at this. Oh, beautiful. That's the rare beam transfer, of course. This was a 4K from Choice Air 1. MN3 managed to escape and deny the ace, at least. It's the little things, Lemon, that really keep you going in matches like this. Soul Infernal, of course, far from done. And there's the MN3 Ash that I was very excited to see. MN3, particularly adept on this hero. And we'll be trying to get up on top of the lighthouse. However, Piggy's going to be on top of it.
I'm really excited about this Mercy. How this is going to either enable MN3. Usually you don't get away with Resurrects on such small maps, especially with hypermobile compositions with a Tracer and Diva. Piggy is taking some poke, but not at threatening levels. It's a Soul Infernal, Fixa. Damage boosting MN3, but also making sure Mag gets some love as he has to win that tank duel against Piggy. But Valkyrie, not as big of a win condition compared to a Nano, and now the rally that has been buffed. A Soul Infernal head back to the high ground. They are separated. Mag is towards the point with Zest. A Soul Infernal is getting dove on by the charge, as Piggy pushing the supports off the high ground, unsuccessful at doing so, as the charge even win the point battle with Mag and Zest losing that. Zest got picked off, and the Charge are winning on all fronts.
MN3 needs to be doing significantly more here on the Ash. Oh no, this might be a poorly timed res, but I do think that MN3 is going to be able to move away to safety, but needs to be considerably outstripping Jimmy in terms of effectiveness in these fights when you're getting that Mercy Pocket. Because Xerneas is still effective in trying to take part in these Tracer duels and helping to win the tank battle as well.
Nano probably given over to Piggy, unless Jimmy getting dove on. That'll be the case. Piggy receives it, finds Skewed in a corner. The peel is there for Mag, but not the Matrix, as Piggy deals with 2, and Charge are having a flawless Ilios thus far.
Absolutely flawless. Piggy, maybe a little bit far out here, but still has for self-destruct, so not overly concerned. Might actually sacrifice themselves for Choice Air 1, but hey, MN3 with 2 headshots. Now we're starting to see MN3 come alive. Soul Dynasty have 5 ults and momentum in their favor.
Yeah, Charge went for staggers and got punished. Usually you don't want to fight in that tiny hallway. Charge may be looking for antis with the Ana, so maybe I don't hate the idea too much, but a critical sleep from Skewed turns this battle around for the Soul Infernal, who want to turn the point in their favor. But right around the corner is Piggy and Xerneas with the rally. Well, there's one explosion that'll take you out. If it's not the pulse, it's the self-destruct. Either way, Soul Infernal are not giving up this point. Now the Valkyrie, who brought some members back into the equation. Zest is getting pocketed. Looking for the DMAC onto Piggy, as Charge can extend this to 99. It's the weight on the shoulders of Infernal, who feel stressed enough to nano Zest to go for the clutch.
Oh, Bob's not been able to be put onto point, though. Yes, he is slept, but he will continue contesting the point. Overtime now in favor of the Guangzhou Charge, but barely anyone remains. And finally, Soul Infernal will get their first flip of the series, Lemon, but it was bloody expensive. All 5 ultimates were expended, and now Farway can take charge of this next fight. A nano boost onto Piggy. It has been the go-to for Guangzhou Charge in so many of their previous matches. Decimating Skewed, the name of the game, but Fixa is also a tempting target in mid-air if Piggy can go for that mid-air interception.
Fixa's getting away with a lot more resurrects than I usually see. The Guangzhou Charge, we've only seen kind of 1 point of aggression from them, going to that hallway, which costed them the fight. The Bob thrown down from MN3. The Zest Pulse misses. Not a lot of value from the Soul Infernal ults, but Fixa brings MN3 back into the picture. While Guangzhou Charge were dealing with the Bob, Piggy is slept. But no problem for the charge. A flawless Ilios 2-0 over the Soul Infernal.
Oh, absolutely brutalizing the Soul Infernal. Out of 12 kills, MN3 managed to get 8 final blows, but on the other side, Guangzhou Charge, their DPS duo did so well. 10 final blows for Choice A1, 6 for Jimmy. And even though MN3 did manage to outstrip the damage done considerably, doing 10k, the next highest in the lobby being Piggy at 7, unfortunately the damage was so easily healed through by Farway, who felt fairly unpressured throughout that entire time. A lot of Zest's time on the Tracer, it seemed, was concentrated towards trying to just contain Choice A1, or even just make sure that Piggy wasn't able to get too comfortable on the dives, and evidently Soul Infernal are consistently on the back foot here.
The Guangzhou Charge are the best team in APAC for a reason. There is not a weak link on this roster. And I think you look at the Soul Infernal, who put more eggs in the MN3 basket with the Fix Some Mercy, which did deliver to turn 1 or 2 fights, but not enough. We need the entirety of the Soul Infernal to give their 200% if they want to take a game or a match against the Guangzhou Charge. We're going to throw it to a break, and we'll see you on the other side. Charge haven't been stopped yet. Ilios a swift 2-0, as at least you saw some different looks from the Infernal with the Mercy, with whatever. Even matching on the Echo on Well was cool to see, but Choice A1 is just head and shoulders above.
Yeah, the scrim meta definitely starting to crystallize, and I do wonder if Choice A1 was a big part of that. Knowingly, a huge Echo player might have been showing it off quite a bit in scrims, and hey, a couple of teams that were like, whoa, he's for Choice A1 on that. He's dominating. Look, we should give that one a go. And I think one of the big misnomers, potentially, that I talked about in the last game was Choice A1 versus Zest, and Zest getting Omega gapped. But the thing is, that was the conflicts of a huge amount of context, including the MN3 was getting the Mercy pocket. And yes, here we go. Here are our Echo stats. Obviously not amazing for Zest compared to Choice A1, but the same could be said of the Tracer, where Zest was continuously having to play a far more reactive style where it was trying to get on top of Piggy, because with the Mercy pocket, what you give up there with the Mercy is either having a Zen or a Brig who can impact the Tracer duel from afar. And remember, Choice A1 had so much more freedom after getting Brig packs from Xerneas to be able to play more aggressively, whereas if Zest took damage, he had to dash for a health pack, because no one was going to be able to peek out to try and heal him. You couldn't ask Mag to come and defense matrix that Tracer. It simply takes too many resources away, and I'm hoping as we move over to Blizzard World, Zest gets a little bit more support to actually take this duel.
I think the big tempo thing for me on Well was the fact that Choice A1 had Nano first. He was able to jump in, get the 4K, get Duplicate online, so when Zest got nanoed, then Choice A1 just had to use Duplicate to survive. You never know what the Zest 4K, if he had that dog in him, because just the ults were ready from the charge due to just the snowbally nature of control. The Guangzhou Charge did get forced to round 3 by the Spark, but that is a whole different team. Now we go to Blizzard World, where this is a strong map from the Infernal. We haven't seen the Charge play this yet, so no stats, but happy to report that the Seoul Infernal won this against the Dallas Fuel and the Seoul Dynasty in their long Game 5 first match. So 2-0 for the Infernal. So we'll see if that'll help them tie the series.
This is one of the areas where we're more likely to see an MN3 Sombra come out. And that might be helpful in trying to take this Mag versus Piggy duel, which thus far has been pretty much all Piggy all the time. But honestly, I think it's been very much more of a team difference in favor of the Guangzhou Charge. Everyone simply being able to dominate on their respective roles, whether it's Choice A1 on the Echo or Piggy and the D.Va versus D.Va. I think a lot of it comes down to the support players of the Guangzhou Charge as well. Farway and Xerneas do so much to enable aggressive plays, simply by being able to moderate those with huge amounts of healing coming out and very intelligent peeking to make sure that they don't demand too much cross-healing between each other.
I'm really curious about this Hammond. We've seen this exact look from Seoul Infernal before. The only thing is whether it's going to be double flanker or a Hanzo usually from MN3. But realizing the threat of a dive from Piggy, the Coach Gun is another good solution to that. But the Mag Hammond, you don't get to see this too much. It's fallen out of the meta due to the prevalence of a Discord Orb from Zen, a Sleep from Ana, Sombra being super meta. The hacks are annoying for that. So we'll see how Mag plays his life.
Yeah, Mag going to be playing a lot more health pack control here. I would not mind seeing Jimmy swap over to a Sombra if they run into a roadblock. Just controlling those health packs and making sure Mag has to rely on the supports for healing could be absolutely brutal. Piggy getting crossfired here. It's a beautiful setup from the Seoul Infernal, which means he has to give away that space to get healed up by Farway and Xerneas. With both these comps lacking direct healing due to not having something like a Baptiste or an Ana.
Charge have forced Mag and friends back, who healed back up. Then fight their way through. Seoul don't even give up a single tick despite the charge. Making good headway in terms of real estate. Dropping below. Choice A1 close to the pulse bomb. And Piggy just gets one clip. Disgusting defense from Seoul Infernal.
Piggy still has Baby D.Va managed to take out Skewed though. And that's troublesome because Skewed is going to take a long time to float on back. You can't overclock those repulsors, Lemon. And this might give an opening to Guangzhou Charge if they can bring up the tempo slightly. That's why Choice A1 is moving forward at the moment, knowing he has a distinct orb advantage over Zest, who finally has been able to find some more even Tracer duels by having that long-range support that he's been begging for.
Feels like Guangzhou Charge are free to move towards the point, though, so I don't think Infernal or Scooter are too worried about losing that one member back. Skewed's back on the high ground with Fixa. Charge starting to pressure that point. Jimmy, harassed by Mag, who disappears into the shadows. And that's where the Charge poke is starting to be threatening. You only have Zen heals if you're Infernal, and the Charge are floating around the point. This is the dangerous spot. But Piggy has to fall back for heals, and with a Brig Zen, it's not coming any quickly. And Mag just has to reset with the team. Piggy doesn't have a mech, so 2 ticks will be available for Charge. The Soul Infernal, their retake potential is off of the back of Zest, who will contest a little bit. But until Mag gets back, this is just not holdable from the Infernal.
Zest tries to keep his toes on the point, but unfortunately those creps don't pass the check. Nice little pulse onto Skewed, but I'm sure Skewed is probably going to die there anyway. Guangzhou Charge now can start the long and arduous process of moving through second, with Piggy out of mech for a moment. Claiming high ground's going to be a touch more difficult, but excellent awareness there from Jimmy just to deny MN3 that additional damage, knowing that any poke they catch isn't really much in their favor, because they already have both support ults here on the Guangzhou Charge.
Yeah, Piggy got his mech back. You wished if you were in the Infernal, you could have taken that engagement before the mech came online, but Mag was waiting for the setup from the front line of Zest and MN3. Didn't come in time. Charge are smooth sailing so far as the Infernal established on the high ground. Mines right above. Charge split up. Transcendence held on by Farway. Sometimes you see that as kind of a panic reaction, especially if you're caught in the middle of those mines. But Charge holding on to all their ultimates, and now you wish he had started using some as Jimmy picked off in the back. Charge only have eyes at the front of their head, though, as they're just still pushing the cart. Piggy realizing the situation he's in. He's got his supports in the closet now that Mag is there, though. Piggy still hasn't turned around, and now he goes back, but you've lost 2 people. It's too late.
Soul Infernal's calls here real clean, and that's some excellent tech from Mag as well to be able to pull off the ball engage in that tiny room with a very low ceiling. Can be difficult to make work. Soul Infernal, very disciplined positioning here from the supports as well. Fixer and Skewed are going to be incredibly difficult to get any real damage onto. It all comes down to Jimmy, but Jimmy's priority number 1 is taking out MN3, who's getting themselves a break pocket with a shield, so taking those doors can be incredibly perilous.
Choice A1 drops so low, managed to live there. Transcendence and Rally Pop from the Charge as they race forward to get some value out of this, and especially to survive the bomb that from MN3 that was put in the closet, so not affecting the Charge too much, although he's kind of shooting them in the back. Charge gonna push through this right building, but man, it's tough to get kills when you're just getting shot from every angle, and the Charge's focus is split in so many different ways. So Charge will have to reset.
I love a choice there from MN3 to try and rebuff the double support ultimate push with the Bob. Just throwing multiple members up into the air, stopping the forward momentum that can't really be re-established when you don't have a speed boost from something like a Junker Queen or from a Lucio, and forcing them to be bogged down in the weeds fighting that big Omnic and not really having the damage to take it down. Remember that Mag here with the third-person camera gets a bunch of free information to allow MN3 to set up these dynamites.
Oh, you saw that these DPS, or the supports, sorry, were on fire for the Charge, so Mag went in to see what he could find. He's getting chased, and Mag has great mobility. He's survived a lot. I'm not seeing him as the first pick of the Infernal, and they've actually taken quite a few fights when it comes to the defense. Mag is summoning so much attention, and Choice A1 on the chase. Piggy has been much of a cart anchor, but maybe having some trouble knowing when to peel off of that and go back towards the supports when Mag is on the dive. 1 minute left, though, from the Charge, and they still have to cap B, so this is a big fight for the Infernal.
Big defensive fight. Transcendence still in hand. Mag discovered those are the mines, and Jimmy is pushed right into them. Goodbye, sir.
Mag's not even done yet. He's pushing people from the Charge out of cover. Charge uncomfortable, not feeling very safe and cozy. And, well, the pulse misses from Choice A1, so still not feeling cozy. If you're the Charge, self-destruct from Peggy, not allowed to get back into mech. With 27 seconds, you don't have a tank, and the Charge are exposed. You don't even have a Transcendence to just turn this fight any different way. As the Charge, this is not a far push from them. In 16 seconds, these staggers are brutal.
Yeah, Choice A1, unlikely to escape here with his life as well. 80 HP. And yes, a nicely placed double blink. Oh, he's been chased away from the cart, though. It's going to have to be someone else who touches. Mag continues to harass, and Piggy has to move over onto the ball to touch cart.
Piggy will have to anchor that. Rally and Transcendence are around the corner. Somebody has to keep going. The Charge are scaring the heck out of me. Transcendence is there. Charge are living. But they got across all the way down to the back line, and the Bob is thrown in the back line of Charge, who are forced to use the rally. It's mirrored by Fixa. Their spawns are closer from the Infernal, as the Charge have been pushed to the brink, as they haven't dropped the map yet, and this is uncharacteristic for the Charge to not have a far push, and it ends here, short of point B.
Uncharacteristically quiet from Choice1 and Jimmy. A final blow each, but Jimmy right now is 1 and 5. Choice1's keeping pace on damage compared to his counterpart on the Soul Infernal, but Jimmy right now 2.5k damage compared to 6.8 from MN3. MN3, of course, has had the advantage of playing with defensive angles on the hit scan, which is a huge means to try and take the fights that you want. And Jimmy's not able to simply force the fights that he'd like. That may turn around on the defense, but for Guangzhou Charge, their map streak is in worrisome peril.
I think Charge are just having a hard time facing a Hammond comp. You don't see this a lot. With a Winston, you're staying in the same place at least for 5 to 6 seconds until your jump is there, right? So it's an easier diva matchup to just go and bully that one person. But Hammond is so much more mobile and survivable compared to a Winston or a diva that Charge don't know whether to commit to Mag to chase him around. Choice1 struggled with that decision himself. And still, Mag, I would imagine, has very, very low depths compared to Piggy, who is constantly having to remech, sometimes not even being able to. And the tank gap is real for Infernal.
You'd be absolutely right there, Lemon. Mag's only died once. Actually has the most final blows in the lobby at 7. Next highest is Zest with 4. And now Mag is going to bring out his signature hero, the Winston here. This will be very good for getting on top of those tightly packed supports. You know that Xerneas and Farway are often going to be playing together in order to try and rebuff those dives. Nope, it's going to be a full swap here. Big prank on me. As MN3 moves over back onto the Ash. But now Jimmy gets to play in the defensive positions, and Jimmy is going to exploit them!
Jimothy, calm down! Infernal just figured out what they want to play. I know you know what to do, but they don't.
Go back to spawn and change again.
They're still in the war room, but Infernal, yeah, this Zen Brig will do a lot of damage in terms of the Discord Orb, but not a ton of healing. It's all about packing your flankers, and Mag will have to rely on those mega health packs on the left side.
Reliance on those megas. Certainly going to be a hallmark here of Mag. Daring someone to chase him, but Guangzhou Charge seem unbothered. Moisturized as Fixer in their lanes. We'll wait for Mag to reappear before doing any more damage to try and scare him again once more.
Yeah, I like the Mag Hammond call. That was something Charge just had issues dealing with in terms of coordination. Like, Jimmy, still on the Hanzo. Surprised that Charge don't want to bring out the Sombra. We brought this idea up before. MN3, okay. That was gross. Mag trying to push people up the high ground, pops it up, lines up the pins for MN3. 6 foot tall. Soul Infernal on the point with the second tick. As Charge, Piggy is so busy trying to peel for his supports, but they're all dead, and you can't even deny the cap. The Infernal are controlling this map.
5 minutes to get 104 meters. And with a stagger here onto Piggy, there's so much free space to be gained. Look already at where Skewed is posting up, trying to get those right clicks in. Choice1 needs to try and... Oh! He could try and respawn, I guess. MN3's got his number. He sniffed him out, Lemon. Smells like Tracer over here.
MN3 goes to the high ground. Dominant position with Mag, who can make so much space. There's not as much pressure on MN3 as there is on Jimmy, because Piggy is playing a full peel reactionary play style. And far away, Jimmy, that poke has to deliver on the front. They have to go for executions. And Charge are on the high ground, but for how long? Mag is up there close to mines and actually pounds Jimmy into the dirt. R.I.P. The gravestone there. And 5-4. As Infernal have Mag healed up. Charge put all that damage into the tank, but can't kill him.
Choice1 still trying to deliver this pulse from MN3 stymied it last time. 5 volts now for Guangzhou Charge. How economically can they rebuff this attack?
Oh, the mines on the top bridge and on the cart. The Charge facing their first map defeat in the qualifier, and the Infernal are up by 1. The Bob's added to the picture. The Transcendence from Farway keeps them up as Piggy flies back to the cart to contest it. 3.5 minutes as Fix's rally keeps Infernal kicking. Mag still, I don't think, has died this round. The charge realized this. Piggy with the self-destruct, not allowed to get back into mech. Jimmy's Widow unnoticed as the Infernal will give the charge their first game loss.
The Jimmy fans are about to get real mad at me, but that was an absolutely brutally statistical DPS gap right there from MN3 and Zest. And Mag managed to make it all happen by just continually messing with the formation of Guangzhou Charge. They did not know how to deal with the Wrecking Ball. Do we go and chase him down? Do we allow him to simply roll around in our backline, continually forcing those pings, those peaks, and those considerations out of us? And those little interruptions in the back of your mind, those break your focus, and they allow for things like MN3 getting a wild headshot on Choice One that he never saw coming, or Jimmy looking in the wrong direction when eventually a right click came through from a Zenyatta. Soul Infernal's calls are clean, the engagements are crisp, and they have life in this series yet.
It's a tie series. The first game loss for the Guangzhou Charge. Their armor is cracked. But after this break, we'll find out who goes to match point. MN3 flexing the guns for the ladies on the camera, feeling good for the Seoul Infernal after giving the Guangzhou Charge their first game loss in the qualifiers. And this next match, if you're a fan of Jimmy, if you're a fan of snipers, you're gonna have a good time. We still have our watch party in the WDG Esports studios with people hanging out. Although our players are not there in person, they're there in spirit. Yeah, we got a sniper map coming up next, so this is going to be a banger.
Oh yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger. Rialto on the cards, and we've got Jimmy and MN3 in the lobby, and MN3 is coming through with some machismo at the moment. Seoul Infernal fans, they do be existing here, and they would love to see their team take down the Guangzhou Charge, who have had been carving a swath through all of APAC, and actually, with that lost map, that does mean that over the last 12 hours or so, every team that had an unbroken streak thus far in Overwatch League 2023 has lost a map. Atlanta Reign, Houston Outlaws, and Guangzhou Charge. No one's streak survived the last half day.
And when it comes to this next map of Rialto, this is a strong Guangzhou Charge map. And not because it's just Jimothy, okay? The whole team is great, but I brought the stats and the facts. Rialto on attack with a minute 29 cap against the Seoul Dynasty. And then they full health them on the defense. So watch out for Jimmy on the Hanzo or the Widow. But Mag's performance on the Hammond on Blizzard World is what really threw the Guangzhou Charge for a loop.
10 final blows to 2 deaths, can't argue with that, but also Mag had the intangible impact as well, the paranoia seeded amongst the backline and the squishy players of the Guangzhou Charge who were unable to concentrate on the doors that they really wanted to take. And honestly, they did a great job of tracking Piggy's position and making sure that Piggy could never actually respond to Mag's pile drivers. We often saw Mag pile driver in tandem with the Zesh Tracer get dives onto players like Farway and Jimmy that were not responded to in time with the defense matrix, and that comes down to good information and good responses.
And Seoul Infernal have not played Rialto yet. They played a Junkertown, if you think about sniper maps in general, and they like the double flanker, but it seems in this matchup we haven't seen any Sombra from MN3 yet. Just trying to duel as best as he can on the Hanzo, which of course is working out beautifully, or the Ashe, depending on the map. But this will be a matchup for a lifetime. How kind of shaken up are the Guangzhou Charge after that? Or maybe is the pressure off now that you've lost your game? You don't have to keep up this flawless win streak, you know?
Yeah, I don't have to be perfect anymore. I can just be a gamer, a collection of gamers even. Rialto is, it's a map that we often see first point held, even outside of 2023. It's been an incredibly defensively favored map, and of course, the bridge on second point, an absolute nightmare. No real cover from snipers that can just post up in the gallery and free fire onto an unwitting team below. This is definitely a map that is very much defined by how good your defense is, because you don't want to have to attack all the way through.
Oh, we got a chance.
Guangzhou got a chart as well. That's nice. Seoul, of course, home team advantage here when it comes to the crowd's love, but you can be sure that Piggy and Choi Se-won, the resident Koreans on Guangzhou Charge, do demand significant fan base inputs. MN3 and Jimmy, exactly where we want them. Widow versus Widow.
An important thing to keep in mind when you're cheering on either Widows is that the offensive Widow just doesn't have that many options of positions and is quite exposed. You pointed this out before. MN3 posted up right at the front window. You can look down at the spawn room doors. So Farway and Xerneas have to be so careful on how they maneuver out of this. We've seen them get a shot before. That's the first one for MN3. Of course, we had to cut away. You just never know when a Widow's gonna do something or do nothing when you're watching what they're doing. And especially getting a headshot onto Brig despite having a shield is a cool one for MN3.
Other difference, of course, here is going to be the flex support skewed, pushing out a bunch more healing on the Ana here as MN3 just tears apart the Guangzhou support line. Xerneas, Farway, and Jimmy!
MN3, that's the 3 right there for Seoul Infernal. Everyone is just babysitting MN3, and you're in his cage. Oh, he even hears this Tracer. Choi Se-won, it'll be up to him to stop the wrath of MN3. And again, Jimmy, is still just trying to get into a good position. And with MN3 posted up looking at the spawn room doors, he knows exactly where Jimmy is at all times. But the presence of this Tracer will make MN3 think about posting up at the back arches, I should say. Charge are finally breaking out of their own half. A close one clip from Zest doesn't get the pick he wanted.
Jimmy bought low. I don't think there was quite enough charge and a headshot there from MN3, who almost has the infra sights already. Jimmy barely even half. And it's a big rotation now from the Guangzhou Charge. Around the back, Jimmy. Oh my goodness, this is so aggressive from Mag. This might be a feed.
And Mag loses it. The rally call by Xerneas to punish the Soul Infernal that went to back up their tank. As the Charge now have warded off the high ground and are halfway to the point A cap. But at the back is the final boss of MN3, which will have infra sight. But now that Choice1 has won the Tracer duel, MN3 has to be aware that he's next in the Death Note list. Guangzhou Charge hit the pulse bomb. Skewed removed from the picture. And Soul Infernal just can't afford to get staggered more. They may have a chance to retake, but it'll be up to Mag to make that call.
Choice1 ridding the Death Note book, but the chapters are out of order. Decided to go for someone else first. Piggy keeping everyone at bay. The cart will roll in, but Mag has put his body between this car and Success as the rally now ready to go for Fixer.
Oh, and MN3 gets the pick on the far way. You don't have the Transcendence. Mag self-destruct will get that second life up above, though. Is Piggy self-destruct on the other side? Gets MN3 down to 47 HP. I'm feeling you, crowd, with that. Oh, I thought he was going to die, too. Infra sight from Jimmy. Knows exactly where the Zana is. With the Matrix from Mag in his way. Jimmy has to go above and beyond. MN3 just jumps right on time. Jimmy gets the last laugh. The offense still grows. The Transcendence keeps them anchored. Piggy stunned up from the rally of Fixa. Nano from Skewed invested to Infernal, losing their grip on this cart as the Charge just have more sustain with Xerneas at the front popping the rally and Choice1 popping off.
And this is all that she will write on the point A for Guangzhou Charge. MN3 likely to be hunted down here. Piggy does not want MN3 to get away, but is cautious not to repeat the same mistake that Mag made that actually broke the first point defense from Soul Infernal. A slight overchase onto that Widow proved absolutely fateful.
I know Soul Infernal's hashtag is like demon mode, but Piggy, the way he laughs when he kills people, it scares me on the inside. He has too much fun beating down teams. And he did the same thing when he was going up against Belos Ria. That was a fun trash talk. He's kind of this new blood on the roster that invigorates them with energy. Besides Jimmy, he'll come back as a zombie. But for now, MN3 putting up a real challenge in the sniper duel. Charge still trying to get position on the cart. And it's up to Choice1 and Zest to make a difference. And Choice1 hits another pulse. 2. Where Zest still trying to get his first one. Charge. Continue pushing.
Wait, that's my Venom Mine. Zest figures out. He's going to have to try and contest cart here. Jimmy, if he managed to hit that shot, would have been even more, but already taken out Skewed. My work here is done. Turns to leave Tuxedo Mask style as MN3 takes a shallow angle. Just hoping for safety and an opportunity! Airborne battles!
MN3. I feel like it's winning the Widow battle against Jimmy, but Choice1 is winning the Tracer battle against Zest. So we'll see how the cards fall as Charge meters away from capping B, but have lost that momentum push. They still fight for the high ground. Mag and friends on the other side. Zest ready to blink into the window. Pulse behind. Misses. He had to panic throw that. There were so many members. MN3 picks up Farway. Again, no Transcendence for the Charge if they want to brawl through this fight with their resources. As MN3 waits for Jimmy. The body shot won't be enough.
Spidey senses were indeed tingling there for MN3. As Jimmy, look at Mag consistently pinging the location of Jimmy. That information is so important for setting MN3 up for success, and the infrasight is ready to go. But likely is waiting for Jimmy to pop his so they can try and make sure that the push of Guangzhou Charge will be stymied and stalled for a couple more seconds, especially as the clock begins to run low. 38 seconds remain here for Guangzhou Lemon.
The rally begins. Charge break through the stairs. Infernal tumbling down, but they fight back with a nano to Zest, who's in the backline. So much Matrix and now stuns from Xerneas. The rally puts fear in the eyes of Zest as he's headshot by Farway, who gets his revenge. So I want to headshot people too. Transcendence finally comes out, and the charge have 15 seconds to cap as MN3 grapples away from Choice at 1. Pull sticks! MN3 gone! But the charge, where are they when it comes to this cart? They need to get this cap. Time is running out. The kills are in their favor, so I am not worried about this offense. Seoul will have to think about point C.
Choice at 1 is putting an absolute clinic on with this Tracer. MN3's come in on the Sojourn of all things, and Skewed's been discovered crouching in the back. He was trying to hide in the trees, Lemon, but now we're going to hide in the temporal morass of a pause. And this gives me a moment to have a look at some stats here. MN3 is 6 final blows for 4 deaths, but guess what? Choice at 1 yet to die. 7-0. Absolutely tearing up the lobby on the Tracer.
How's the Widow duel, though, between Jimmy and MN3?
Jimmy's got 2 final blows and 5 deaths. So, not great, Lemon. Not great.
Piggy's just having some tech issues, so no more murder smile from him. He'll have to wait a few seconds.
The only murder smile was for his graphics card. Admittedly, though, one of Jimmy's deaths did indirectly give Guangzhou point A for a Mag's overextension, getting a bit too eager on what we could maybe copium call a Jimmy bait if you happen to be a huge Guangzhou
He's
charge
playing like a
fan.
Hammond. He's playing like a Hammond on a diva, so it's like, you'd have more, you know, I wouldn't be mad about the Hammond, but it's uncommon on Rialto. It's so narrow.
One of the things that's really interesting here as well is that Farway is actually pumping out a huge amount of heals on the Zenyatta as we head back into map. Currently at 8k healing per 10, compared to Scoot, who's only 9k healing per 10 on Anna. The efficiency of the Harmony Orb from Farway is actually allowing him to generate Transcendences incredibly quickly, on par with a Nano generation, and keep people up. So, great job here from Farway when it comes to that orb management.
MN3 is on the Sombra. I love this from Infernal. I thought they were one of the best double flanker teams when it comes to the Eastern region. Going back to their tried and true, seeing if they can put pressure onto Jimmy, who's now on the Hanzo, which is just better mobility, better dueling against a Tracer. Because Widow, you have to charge up your shot. It's tough. You don't have time to do that against a Tracer duel, but charge, head towards the end of the barrel when it comes to point C with 34 seconds. Jimmy with Sonic is looking for any headshots. Fixa keeps the shield up. Infernal keep the defense up. Nano from Skewed available. Zest throws the pulse. Sacrifices his life. Choice one gets nothing either. It's a 5 versus 4 for the charge as the rally can heal through the anti that Skewed place, who gives the Nano to Mag as the charge are running out of gas. And 2 meters away, no supports to help Piggy through this, and there's no reset available. That'll be the end of the charge's push.
Soul Infernal may stand to regret what they did, though, Lemon. They gave away so much free space and free car push to win fights, but I think they had a slight advantage in there. Yes, they lost Zest a little bit early from an overplay into Jimmy's hands, but Jimmy, in turn, actually overextended to try and kill Skewed, which meant that he was an easy bully for Fixer. That Hanzo has no escape options once he gets into the middle of the Soul Infernal. And here's a quick look at one of our replays. This one's Choice here 1, of course, actually hitting 2 sticks onto the Widow. That one on the Wii Grippers. A sticky on the toes, and now hitting 2 of these stickies. Choice here 1 is going for hard sticks, by the way. He's been sticking the Anna and the Widow.
Yeah, I think that's quite easy for him when it comes to the Widow, as long as you just read the grapple well. I feel like Choice A1 is still gapping Zest when it comes to at least Pulse Bomb stick usage or efficiency in that regard, which has been huge for Charge's push potential. The Jimmy MN3 battle was pretty heavily in favor of MN3. It took a lot of time away from the Charge, getting those first, second, and third pick MN3K at the end. But then point B was a little bit more even, with MN3 still getting ahead, and that's how Charge lost a lot of time. But Infernal swapped to a comp that was better in the neutral, able to put the brakes on the train before Charge capped. As again, the defensive Widow always has better, more space, more options of position. So MN3 looked better on that front. We'll see how Jimmy looks now.
Real thing we need to see step up here for Soul Infernal is Zest's ultimate usage. Yet to attach a Pulse Bomb to a tank. Oh no, Jimmy suspected it, and yet Farway was the victim of it. Have a look at that away Soul Infernal Widow skin, by the way. That is absolutely beautiful. I want to
Yeah.
pick me up one of those.
Farway's like, I'm done getting headshot by Zen all the time and just being a Discord bot. Like, I wanna frag too. I like the Ana pick, the nano win condition for Piggy. Also, you just have more sustain having the Ana pick here. Yeah, you don't have as much damage for the Discord orb, but they maybe Charge are just aiming for the long battles, especially asleep against the Hammond is going to be critical as the Infernal bring that out after giving it to Charge on Blizzard World. That was an issue for them to deal with. Pile drive, with no follow-up from the Infernal. Really just trying to make Charge uncomfortable. Maybe force them off the high ground if you're lucky. But yeah, Mag is okay.
Great mechanics here from Mag. I wouldn't mind seeing Jimmy move over to the Sombra if it starts to become an issue, because honestly, the answering of the Wrecking Ball was weak in the last fight. MN3 under siege.
Mag plays his life so well as a Hammond. He's not a feeding one. I know there's a lot of feeding Hammonds in our games and on different teams, but you pointed out how low his deaths were on Blizzard World, like 2 or 3, which is insane to me. Infernal, though, under fire, pulls right at the legs, and somehow MN3 gets away. Zest gets his revenge. Jimmy removed, and he's having a bigger impact this round already as the Infernal have their time bank almost in half, but halfway to point A.
That's his first ultimate kill. Not a stick, but hey, kills to kill. As Mag, still not slept. Farway's been unable to connect onto Mag right here. Excellent text to try and mitigate this, and now trying to bully Jimmy the second he comes out of spawn. Tracking that Widow is so important.
Couple more meters for the Infernal. Those mines are going to be huge once Mag gets those online. Charge want to rally early. Anti-thrown, not connecting. Skewed Transcendence Force, scared by the flank of Charge, who respect it, who go to anchor the cart to deny the point cap. In for sight from the Infernal, but MN3 knows now where Jimmy is, but the bigger issue is who's at the front, but Zest still can deliver and help MN3 out, and he still hits the headshots. So Charge will have to fall back, and Infernal cap A.
That was Choice One's only death this map, by the way. What a shot from MN3. Going crazy on the Widow this entire time. And Jimmy has some catching up to do right now. Still only 3 final blows and 7 deaths. As again and again, Mag is tripping these Venom Mines to give that continuous sense of dread and peril for these squishy backline members. There's so much information from MN3.
Charge is now holding the top high ground. Choice One, a lot more decisive on chasing Mag down. Even if you're not killing him, forcing Mag to rotate around for health packs does remove him from the picture, which gives a chance for Piggy to maybe be more aggressive. But again, Piggy, like just in Blizzard World, was that reactive, peeling, anchor-style diva that makes it so impossible to push the cart unless you remove him by force. And Piggy is doing just that. Infernal can't get around this corner unless they push the high ground or kill Piggy. And Zest and Choice One are busy dealing with not each other, but everyone else.
MN3 makes the crossing. However, a well-placed shield from Xerneas keeps the bullet at bay for the moment. Piggy, remember, has the reset here in the fade. Oh! Okay.
The alley-oop. Okay, damn. Charge, not even done yet. Well, Zest gets his revenge. It's 4-4. But only one healer for the Charge, as this defense might have to fall back. Self-destruct from Piggy? No, he doesn't want to use it. There'll be a full reset from the Charge, hoping to have a retake potential for the end of point B, as the Infernal aren't going to come out unscathed from this battle, only losing Fixa, but only if Zen heals is going to be tough. Skew's going to have to make a decision about this Transcendence.
MN3 already moving over to the Sombra Gnome, but it's going to be good for the last point with access to these Megas. It's great for allowing Mag that additional slow ability. Jimmy on the other side wants the Hanzo instead. And yes, the cart has been intercepted here by the Guangzhou Charge, so MN3's got to find a new setup, a new angle, and a new way to distract Farway before this Nano can be brought to bear.
I like the Sombra pick from MN3. Now the Nano from Piggy. This is a bully at the front, and Mag is nowhere to be found to deal with this. The mines is what stands in Piggy's way. So definitely use the self-destruct as a second life. So much survivability for the Charge frontline. Double pulse bomb for Zest. The 3. He's feeling zesty, baby, as the Infernal lock in point B.
Zest is now caught up to Choice A1 in terms of a pulse bomb kill. So I said we needed more from his ultimates, and here they are. Some were confused last year when Zest was an MVP candidate. But the reality is very quickly becoming plain for those who watch his gameplay. MN3 now able to scout for free. Able to use the EMP. Piggy swaps over to Visaya of all things here. Yes, more front-loaded frontline damage, but even worse for trying to deal with Mag as he runs away.
Maybe a good win condition off of the Graviton Dragon Strike. If you can build it in time, Infernal are one fight away from going to match point, and it's up to this EMP to break the defenses. He's been discovered. The charge knows EMP's on the left, throws it out only to catch Choice at one. To deny the blink, and it's still not a kill that Infernal could capitalize on. This EMP was not it, but the Infernal have more tools up their sleeve, but it's all about sustaining with the Transcendence and the Rally. Fixa and friends fight through the right side. The charge backline under fire, and Zest peeled away by Xerneas, who stuns him up. Now the fight back is real. The charge they nano Piggy, who's at 73 charge, heading towards the back, and far away antes the Infernal, who can't finish off the fight, but 90 seconds, they got more chances.
And that nano wasn't just for survival, it was cyclical, and this has allowed Piggy to get very close to that Graviton Surge. Now Soul Infernal realizing an opening here. They know that Piggy wants to stay on Visaya for the Graviton Surge. They're going full brawl. They know Piggy has to stay here and try and fight against the Mei and the Ramatra. It's going to be real difficult to survive here as a Xayah. There's no way for Farway and Xerneas to really try and navigate around that wall to deliver the heals. So Piggy has to save his bubbles here and be incredibly frugal.
The grab Dragon Strike is not something you can sync up on either. Piggy, you see an opportunity, you gotta throw it down. But against a Mei wall, ice block, everything Infernal can defend against this, including the immortality. First pick though from the charge. Zest is removed. There's nothing to peel for Mag, and a quick call from Fixa to speed everyone out.
Opening pick on a Mei is certainly no bueno, but some absolute magic coming out of Choice A1. And now we're looking at the combination potentially of the Pulse Bomb and the Dragon Strike. Actually, the Dragon Strike's coming out as well. The Graviton Surge has any number of things that we combined with it, and critically, Skewed only has Immortality Field for one of them. If the Immo Field could be forced out early from a high damage Piggy with a bunch of charge, then Soul Infernal are in deep trouble.
Charge! First pick, and this is last fight for the Infernal! The charge could go up to match point if they can keep this up 5-4, and they have respawn advantage. Grab, Dragon Strike could be linking up, and the Infernal are a rush comp. They want to play together. Piggy throws a grab in the middle. It's a pain sandwich. Skewed with the Ant Matrix. The Mei Wolf from Zest. They defend well, and Piggy is nanoed and wasn't able to pierce through. 3 ultimates from the charge. 1 kill through this fight. The Infernal are back, but maybe have to be careful. The 2-main anti from far away did get Infernal low. Important cooldowns used. The Blizzard, the Annihilation, the charge with the Transcendence. It's overtime. It's the fight that never ends. It's up to Mag to live for as long as he can to cycle this block against the bubbles of Piggy. Inferno with the barrier. It's too late. It's only 3, and Charge have more members alive. The Infernal fought tooth and nail for this, but 100 HP Piggy is too much to handle. He's on fire, and so are the Charge, who will go to match point.
A brutal reality that Fixa simply could not get the sound barrier in time. A second earlier, and Mag lives, beats down the Guangzhou Charge. It is Xerneas just crying out, "We did it! We
and
did
Piggy.
it!"
He just primal raged live on camera. That guy's hilarious.
I love it. If you're a Soul Infernal fan, though, you are most certainly not loving it. Early picks onto both Zest and MN3 manufactured by the Guangzhou Charge supports. That opening pick diff, and Piggy simply do be living with the help of Farway. There was no way to cut off that support healing. The Mei walls were not well placed, unfortunately. They were mostly used defensively to try and make sure the grab couldn't be followed up upon. Guangzhou Charge certainly had worries when 3 of their ults didn't amount into anything, but the answer for
also
the Annihilation...
the MN3 Sombra EMP, that was their big win condition. And it was to just get choice, and when you couldn't even do that. Soul Infernal, though, is an overtime push that didn't net a dub. But after this break, we'll find out if the Guangzhou Charge will win the series. This is the match of the day, all right. It's come down to the wire. The Guangzhou Charge experiencing their first game loss, and the Soul Infernal pushing them to the brink of defeat almost. But it was them that fall. They don't go demon mode quite yet. At least they got some demons in the crowd. Guangzhou Charge, though, are on match point.
Is that some holographic art right there? That's sick!
Like a sticker or something?
I guess. Maybe it was colored in using some gel pens or something? Look at that. That's mad. Well, hopefully that sign will stay for one map longer. I'm hoping for a map 5 banger. But it all comes down to push Lemon. And this means that we're going to have to see Guangzhou Charge match for tempo with Soul Infernal. Maybe Mag here could potentially play a little bit more of the Wrecking Ball, but I'd be more likely to see a touch of the Winston, which is historically Mag's signature hero. But hey, his signature hero will become whatever he gets the most wins on. So if you want to bring out more of the Wrecking Ball, which Guangzhou Charge seem to be having trouble dealing with, I ain't going to be complaining, bro.
I like that Mag falls back to the Hammond, though. That seems to be causing issues for the Guangzhou Charge to know how to deal with, and I don't fault them because no one is playing Hammond. And apparently no one is playing for Faraway and Choice One right now, as they're probably at a bio break. But our next map is going to be Esperanza, and we got some Faraway fans in the crowd. Welcome to South Korea. Push map coming up, though. We saw a lot of Junker Queen from our teams in the last series, but we haven't seen too much Junker Queen from these two teams. It's been a lot more Mag Ramatra, if anything.
Yeah, we're going over to Esperanza, I believe. Ramatra, fairly popular here in the Overwatch League Pro-Am. We saw plenty of play of the Ramatra from many of our teams, including the Los Angeles Gladiators, most pointedly. Choice A1 has returned from the bio break far away. Of course, has gone to South Korea, so is not currently here. Hence the welcome sign. It's going to take a while for him to fly back, but that's okay. We've put him on an express ticket, business class. Choice A1 is going to be able to really fill his boots as a Tracer on push. The hypermobile gameplay style is great for Tracer catching people mid-rotation and trying to force those 1 versus 1s. And that's where Zest, who managed to heat up on Rialto, is going to have to try and take the fight to Choice A1.
And the last time we saw the Soul Infernal on Esperanza, they ended up winning this against the Soul Dynasty, 109-49. Now that is a huge statement when you can go above 100 meters. And it was off the double flanker Winston dive. So, you know, there's your dive camp and there's your rush camp when it comes to Esperanza specifically. And I don't believe we've seen Esperanza from the Guangzhou Charge. You know, they kind of have a limited map pool, game pool, considering they were 9-0 before this match. Yep. So not a lot of push.
Yeah, no push maps, as of course there's always the 4th map. And hey, it's the first time they've reached a 4th map. It had to happen eventually. Just using the phone there to peek out from under the sign, of course. Excellent technique to hide one's face.
Taking a photo. I was like, Mom, I'm on screen.
Oh, it's me! Proof. It's me! I do wonder who the ghost is in this particular picture. Tired to death, but the body still reacts to owl. Unknown. Our translator says that says. Me too, brother. Me too.
All right, Guangzhou Charge on match point. Will they keep up the win streak? You know, the game in terms of flawless maps, that's gone away. But they can still keep their #1 spot, as the Soul Infernal want to chase up the ladder too. They were, I believe, in 3rd place. They still are at 2-1. Hangzhou Spark are sitting in 2nd with 3-1. So a Soul Infernal comeback here would help them get to that 2nd place, or at least fight for it. But Soul Inferno are pretty comfortable in that 3rd place. And again, this is all for seeding for the mid-season madness. You heard it from the Sparkle interview that some teams, yeah, they want that easier road, but some teams aren't putting that much pressure on themselves.
Yeah, a little bit less pressure. A little bit more breathing room. Guangzhou Charge, we see from Piggy's manic laughs and big smiles. They're having fun, Lemon. They're having a good time. And I think that Soul Infernal as well have been matching that energy.
Whoever that is, you got pipes and you should try casting, because I ain't got that energy left in me. But I know our two teams do. Coming out the gates is the Charge on match point Esperanza to keep the win streak alive, and the Soul Infernal bringing out the Hammond once again. The MN3 Ash from Ilios, who popped off, try and force the game 5.
The mag ball is real, and it's been found here by Choice A1. Touch of a jump scare. Oh, there's a rat back here. Oh!
Choice A1 is like, I want to chase this. Wait, I don't. Drop down to 50 HP. Played his life well, but it's up to Choice A1 to get the chase down. Again, it's not always about killing the Hammond, but scaring him away, getting him uninvolved. And Soul Infernal Their bridge is taking pressure. Choice A1 forced to recall back. It's where Zest, if he hears the recall call, then Zest can get the chase down on Choice A1. For now, Charge are losing the frontline duel. Piggy gets bullied up against the brig, and Mag is getting these beautiful pile drives onto the Charge. That's a flawless first fight for Soul.
Is that Chasm? Mag's got the tech, man. Mag knows his way around this wrecking ball, and it's certainly showing Guangzhou Charge. It seems that this is their chosen counter to bring the Zarya out against the wrecking ball. I guess it's all about trying to take a frontline duel, giving Choice A1 a lot more space to actually just dive into the soft underbelly that is skewed at MN3, and potentially just reacting to the dives better by bubbling whoever's the primary target of the pile drive.
A pulse on the Piggy, despite having maybe availability of a bubble. Zest reading those cooldowns well. It's about a 42-meter push. A Soul head towards the forward spawns, and that's a good advantage to have. You have your poke heroes on the high ground as the Charge not even contesting forward spawns, just getting ready for the back corner fight.
And remember, it does take Piggy a long time to respawn after dying out here. No real mobility options available for that Zarya. MN3 going to be escorted around this way, and is going to have plenty of info as to when it's safe to make a move, because Mag is just giving deluges of information.
Ooh, that pile drive onto Farway. I can't believe he's still alive. Xerneas is separated away from the flock. Farway can't heal him in time. Xerneas doesn't want to risk popping the rally and dying with it. So the Charge are stable for now. And I think Piggy's frontline presence on the Zarya is something that can sustain for a long time, especially with both supports aiming to nano him. As Soul Infernal have to drop back after losing some members, they're ready to counterattack as soon as Charge get too close.
Nice bubble there. Oh, Bob into the midst, though. That could be trouble. So remember, Piggy can farm it with well-placed headshots, but it seems like no options are going to be there. Piggy's going to be overrun.
Yeah, the Soul Infernal just engaged off the Bob in the hallway. Charge went back towards main and are just getting peppered down with damage. Good stuff from the Infernal. Piggy can't live out in the open with just 2 bubbles, so it's important to get the Discord Orb on him. As what is Mag up to? And Zest is in on this plan. Looking for the pile drive. Infernal putting the pressure on already with a 100-meter push officially at the 640 mark. Charge, they're letting this get out of hand.
All right, coach, like their time. Put Jimmy on Sombra. I've had enough of this. We need Jimmy on Sombra. We need Mag to swap away from this ball because he is absolutely ruining the Guangzhou Charge. They're scared of spherical objects. They've been paralyzed into inactivity. Their fear has made them weak, complacent.
I'm feeling pretty weak if I'm a Charge fan, though. That 106 meters to 5 is looking pretty nasty. But the Charge, they've kept it close so far. I think they can pull off the marathon. They got the ults. But it's all about how economical you can be on push. It's about winning the first fight. It's about winning the second, the third, the fourth. Until infinity and beyond. As I hopefully don't get the copyright stream going. But Charge, they are just hunting. And they're just all over the place.
Where do Mag be? That's the question for Choice A1, but at the moment it's more than happy to grab Zest. That actually activated the forward spawn again for Soul Infernal. A beautiful little steal coming through as Mag continues to absolutely troll these players.
Okay, finally we see Mag put to sleep. Choice A1 wins the trace
solo
duel against
grab
Zest.
They
We
grabbed
really hate
Zest.
that guy. I don't know.
What?
He's so goofy. But Charge just stood on top of the bridge and we're looking for picks off of Jimmy, which took a while. Then Piggy got frustrated and threw a grab to get a tracer. So now you've lost Farway and you've lost a lot of momentum if you're the Charge. Xerneas has to make a call on the rally, pops it, hides around the corner to maybe get a surprise stun onto Zest, and exposes the rest of the Charge. Xerneas wanted to kill. That tracer's so bad, and the Charge are picked apart.
Guangzhou Charge got 5 kills thus far in this match. Choice A1's got 2. Jimmy got 3 of them. Thus far, Piggy, it's been a rough map. 2 elims, 4 deaths, 0 final blows. And once more, Mag, he is essentially causing an eclipse over the sun that was shining on the Guangzhou Empire at the moment. He is the moon. He is the Tsukiyomi to their Amaterasu.
Okay, you're reading too many books for me, but I'm reading these plays as the Infernal are up by 2 and maybe 3 this fight. Mag gets slept, and he's still having a huge impact. This is 100-7 and growing. We're going to game 5, it feels like, with 4 minutes. I know there's so much time, but we haven't seen Charge with more than one fight. Piggy gets nanoed as he's jumping back. You got desyncs happening for the best team in APAC, and Skewed is just headshotting people as Zen. We're in full cap territory.
Skewed is farming. There's no other way to say it. Mag hasn't died yet. Skewed hasn't died yet. Fixer hasn't died yet. The Bob is out.
And he's gone.
Oh,
Put to bed. And so will the rest of the Charge if they don't keep this cart contested. I think it's just choice of one, and he's gone. The Soul Infernal give the Guangzhou Charge their second game loss. And with a full cap? Whew.
Yikes, Lemon. Big yikes. Did you know that MN3 deadlifted the deaths of the Soul Infernal?
Can you do that?
Of 6 deaths, MN3 was 5 of them. Zest was 1 of them. Mag never died. No Sombra control of health packs. Only a Harmony Orb. Grabbing a Mega. Getting a repair pack now and then. Mag never died. Somebody needs to kill this ball! It can't be allowed to happen again and again and again. Guangzhou Charge, sullen faces. What do I do about this ball in my backline? The answer, my friend, lies before you.
The kryptonite. The kryptonite, though, of the Guangzhou Charge is a hamster. It's a hamster.
What would win? A 9-map win streak, undefeated, destroying the Hangzhou Spark, or one hammy boy?
Our next map, though, is going to be Antarctic, where now maybe you see the Mag Hammond. I assume not. A lot of teams love the rush on the map. You might expect sub-level to have some Winston, maybe Hammond play, but it's game 5, and Soul Infernal 1 map away from handing not only Guangzhou Charge their 2 map losses, but their first series loss. We'll find out what happens after this break. Mr. Magnificent. Mr. Magnificent. He's ballin', and he's found the kryptonite to the Guangzhou Charge. We're going to Game 5. I mean, Seoul Infernal, no stranger to this, no strangers to love after going to against the Seoul Dynasty in a Game 5. But Guangzhou Charge, they've never even seen a push map. They've never even seen a Game 5.
They might be no strangers to love, but they certainly are strangers to Sombra. I know the counters, and so do you, but apparently they do not. And John Ball has been absolutely demolishing. Oh, that's so cute. I love a sleepy tiger on the Overwatch League. Look at Mag. It's all smiles here as for Seoul Infernal, they are reinvigorated.
Oh yeah, the Guangzhou Charge. Jimmy and Choice A1, through all the matches they've played so far, very little reliance, if not none at all, on the Sombra. It's been so much Tracer Hanzo. The only time you see Guangzhou Charge really stray away from this is on Control, where Choice A1 brings out the Echo. We saw that. A little bit of Mei, a little bit of Genji from him. He's the biggest flex on this team. Jimmy focuses mostly on Hanzo. So if this is not in the wheelhouse, why force it? You heard it from the Dallas Fuel, and when you force these meta heroes that you're not comfortable on, you're just going to look bad. So stick with what you know best, even if it's technically being countered.
Who knows? I would still like them to force a Sombra.
Do it anyway.
That is a fantastic point. However, I still would like to see a Sombra, even if it's Choice A1 playing it. Like, you can leave for Tracer at home, I promise. Like, it might hurt a little bit, but you can't allow Mag to run you over. At least Control was an absolute blasting of Infernal. Guangzhou Charge are going back to their happy place. And we haven't seen a huge amount of the Wrecking Ball here.
These teams need all your energy in the Game 5. Let us know who you're cheering on in chat as we go to Antarctic Labs first with the Dive v Dive. Different DPS, same supports.
Has any damage been done to the Guangzhou Charge mental? On Control, they should be domineering. The Tracer versus Tracer for Choice A1, very much in his favor last time, but there was a lot less support for Zest. Now Fix is over on the Brigitte instead, which means Zest can take far more equal duels. Oh, he's gripping on!
Oh my god. MN 3 lives after that. Oh, Fixa antied and low. Charge 4-main anti. Skewed and far away. Putting on a show. The point is unlocked, by the way. This is more of a death match. MN 3 headshot by Jimmy. And now he's free on this high ground, and Seoul Infernal head back. Another 2-3 man anti from far away. These Anas are deciding these fights, it feels like. Zest starts to harass Jimmy, but Charge harass this point.
Getting the first cap here. Now Guangzhou can play from a nice defensive bastion. Choice A1 is getting some early pressure out here. This is fairly aggressive from Mag, but should be easily healed by Scoot. And it's going to give over Nano much sooner than far away to a large amount more healing coming out. And this could be a huge momentum shift in favor of the Seoul Infernal.
Quick Nano. Scoot. Probably going to give this to Mag, but has to find the right opportunity. Pulse! Piggy gone! Now the monkey is free of Mag. Starting with the cap first. This is smart, but Choice A1 is buying time and stopping the flip from the Infernal. Now the Infernal's decisions are split. They're focused on taking the point back, getting the flip soon. Mag gets the Nano. He jumps into the back. Nano from far away to Choice A1. Xerneas with the rally to peel against the Mag Nano, who now has Primal, and he's not going anywhere. But Xerneas maybe off the map. No, he lives far away. Can't say the same. And he's like, I thought I killed you. Finishes off the job on Xerneas, and Seoul finally get the point.
No resurrections this time. Piggy playing around the outside here, and remember, every single arrow from Jimmy could be potentially deadly. A pulse bomb moves out, takes down Mag, and now there's no tank to hold the line for Seoul. Still Guangzhou give a little bit of breathing room, recollecting their forces before the push comes through.
Ooh, that's a beautiful Dragon Strike from MN3 to cut off that main doorway. Charge will be forced to go to the high ground. Anti from far away slows down Seoul. Responding Jimmy Dragon Strike right through main. And Jimmy gets a headshot onto Zest. This is such a brawl. Fix a rally. Slowed by the Anti. Charge don't have a main tank. So it's all about these picks. A fix is stun. Has to be careful. But Infernal have a tank, like I said, so they can be more aggressive. And they can take the space. Asleep on the mag. It's okay. Charge just get to walk away.
Yeah, they will. An attempt to chase here from Mag, but knows that overextending was what cost Rialto point A. Not going to make the same mistake again. Not when Soul Infernal are so close to overtaking the percentage here. And maybe overtaking in this series. A nano boost. Stands ready once again, likely to go over onto Mag, but MN3's already potentially decided this.
Ooh, that's a good jump from Mag right onto these healers. Also, just the bubble placement means that Farway just can't heal anything. You're forced to nano Xerneas just so you can live through this dive. Mag gets nanoed so he can overstay his welcome. MN3 has picked off 2. Mag with the others. And Charge reset yet again. This is a big lead for Soul.
Oh, that could be a brutal throw of a nano, I'm not gonna lie. Yes, it gives Xerneas the rally and allows him to survive a little while longer, but it also keeps Guangzhou Charge investing and wasting time on a fight, but without Jimmy, they had very little business winning. The ability to chunk down Mag was going to be so difficult to find, and now Soul Infernal are going to be able to defend with 3 ultimates, and Guangzhou Charge, while they are able to match those, have to move into enemy territory, which is far more expensive.
Game 5. Round 1, last fight. Zest with the first pick. Soul have first blooded so many fights, and the Charge have to play from behind. They have to invest the ultimates now. Choice A1 and Piggy make this winnable, but the Charge have no healers. The Xerneas rally won't even happen. The Soul Infernal have to clear this point, and Piggy still lives on for the flip, but the Infernal come back to squash him like a bug. Choice A1, the last living for the Charge, has to cycle his life well. The Infernal have given up the point for now.
Fixer's going to be able to quickly start addressing this. And once more, it'll begin to tick on up. Choice A1 likely going to have to put his life onto the line to make this happen. Nano, an anti-nade grabs nothing. And Xerneas might be forced to use the rally simply to hold this if the pressure keeps up from the Soul Infernal.
It's a good disengage from the Infernal. Now they have everyone in the picture. They're going to paint the walls in blood if Charge aren't careful, but with 84 and growing for the Charge, this is last fight! The rally to puncture through Mag! Soul just needed to win the full 1 fight, and now they play from behind! With the sustain of the Charge, Infernal respect that space, and Mag is back on the Kryptonite. It's the Hammond being summoned in the last seconds of this round 1 labs. Charge vanquish through the Infernal and come back from the depths of defeat and take round 1.
Good God, Choice A1 still making things happen even when Guangzhou Charge are in dire straits. Hitting 10k damage per 10, and if I'm Mag, I'm real mad. He was giga diffing Piggy in the stats. Doing more than twice as much damage per 10 on the Winston compared to Piggy, who is having to play a lot more reserved. Still, Choice A1 is the final boss. He is the unbreakable, he is the alpha, he is the omega, with the will of a neutron star spinning in place like a pulsar, refusing to lose.
Choice A1's Tracer is just so clean. How do you not respect the dive of the Charge? Infernal won't even break out the Hammond off the bat. Wasn't sure that was going to work. Maybe not feeling comfortable in the grapple locations here. It's a very open map. Both teams vying for the high ground. As Mag looks to pounce on the back line. This is attention taken away by a Fly, being that Tracer of Choice A1. But still needs to set his eyes on where this Ana and Brig, how far away and Xerneas is. Mag jumps to the back, but we see how the initial dive of Piggy goes, who jumps onto MN3, gets the anti-help as MN3 can't heal. Fixa is slept. This is a beautiful execution from the Charge, but it's 5-4. Charge take the time to heal back up. 2-man anti undisputed Fixa as Charge look to pounce and punish, and it will at least be a point cap for the Charge.
Farway finding so much utility out of the Ana in these initial engagements. Skewed is simply not able to match thus far. Choice A1 does not feel the danger of hanging out in these areas and just farming Mag for ult charge, generating that pulse bomb to rip apart those squishies later on in the fights.
Charge, although they're not killing much, they just are such bullies. They're so aggressive. These antis from far away are huge. Mag is very low and managed to get an important grenade from far away and a pulse from Zest into the back while Piggy was receiving all the healing attention. The Charge are behind again, and the Infernal will get the point back.
And critically, Guangzhou don't get too much off the initial cap here. Only 35%, and Mag stays alive. That's going to give Fixer a bunch of healing to get up towards that rally, and we'll finally be able to draw equal with Xerneas. A ballad of 2 nanos will be what decides our next fight. Who can get more value out of them? Thus far, Mag has been far superior on the Winston to Piggy, getting much more damage per 10, but it's been at the cost of increased focus from Skewed and more nades used defensively, rather than Farway, who's using a lot more antis.
So we'll start with the Dragon Strike, but Piggy's already on top of MN3 and Zez. Piggy slept, though, as Fixa looks to punish that. Piggy low. Choicey1 is the one who gets the nano, and he usually pops off up until, you know, you get the attention of the entire team, and MN3, who is putting on a performance on Antarctic. But so is Fixa. Important packs to the front. Piggy slept yet again and can't even pop the Primal. Good coordination from Soul as they hold on a second fight.
And the difference between the deaths here for Guangzhou Charge and Soul Infernal is most stark when it comes to the supports. Twice as many deaths for Xerneas, 6-3 compared to Fixer. Twice as many for Farway, 4-2 compared to Skewed. This backline is surviving a lot better due to some well-maintained positioning, and Piggy having to go super deep to try and pressure them at all.
Soul want to force the round 3. Defending. Would be great if they can hold on. Mag needs to fall back. Not wanting to pop his Primal too early. Charge take up more real estate. Zess is the one contesting to prevent the flip from the Charge. As Mag finds his way into the backline. Coordinates well with this team. And Xerneas and Farway under fire. Piggy trying to respond with his own counter dive with the Primal. Has MN3 up against the wall. Zest waits for his moment to strike with the pulse bomb. Now Piggy spots the fly. Swats a butt. The pulse gets Piggy so low, the Charge takes so much damage, and the Infernal have drawn every second that they could from sub level to take, well, to force the round 3.
The Demon mode has been activated. It might be reaching a fever pitch as we go to map 5, stage 3, here in what we described as a giga banger. And you know what? It is delivering. Guangzhou Charge left shaken. A Soul Infernal, they certainly are stirring right now. The Demon is rising from those fiery sulfuric pits of Tartarus to try and claim a spot amongst the highest echelons of our Owl teams.
We're going the absolute distance. In one of the, I guess, more famous rounds when it comes to Rush, Mag, yeah, goes back to the Reinhardt. We've usually only see Ramatra from him. Of course, those are interchangeable, but with the Lucio, with the Bap, and a Cassidy from MN3, this is really cool.
Cassidy's really lagging behind, though. This is something that needs to be watched out for. Choice here one could identify those footsteps and try and force a 1 versus 1. Guangzhou Charge now know what they're up against. And Choice here one decides to try and deal with this by moving over onto the Genji of all things. Unable to deflect incoming beams, yes, but maybe a lot better to try and assassinate Skewed.
Mag needs to be careful on being too aggressive with these pins. If you leave anyone out to dry, Guangzhou Charge will dive these isolated targets. MN3 was by himself on the mini pack, and Guangzhou Charge didn't realize that before Mag came back. Infernal just have to play stacked together. Jimmy will still pick off headshots while Mag leaves his team exposed without the shield. Infernal did cap, so they can extend this fight. Without Piggy, though, Charge will just have to rely on picks for now.
Simply poking, hoping to get someone down under 50 HP, so Choice here one could do a quick double dash and bring out some openings potentially for the team. MN3's only just returned to the fray, and there's a wall already used. Xerneas has been charged.
Oh, Mag! He can't be stopped! He's a human bulldozer! As Charge, Choicey1 barely gets out with his life, not even allowed to! He's pinning into your spawn! Piggy! He gets back to heals. Farway isn't getting the speed boost he would hope for. The Infernal are making a statement in this Game 5, Round 3.
Mag refuses. Nay, not another mediocre season. I was the golden child. I was the pickup. I was supposed to be a legend. And it was denied from him on the Washington Justice, but no more. Mag has decided that there is no more room for mediocrity, only excelling from this tank, and Piggy's going to have to bring it to him. But when it comes to close range, Mag almost has that special slam ready for him, as the Nano Blade is so far away.
72% plus. Soul Infernal one fight away from giving the Guangzhou Charge their first series loss. Piggy is nanoed. Choice A1 syncs up with them. Mag shatters. Nothing. The ghosts, they're gone. Wherever they are. Because the Ant Matrix from Skewed was enough to scare away the Charge. It's a 2 ult investment. Mag knocking on the doors of the Charge as Piggy's Primal is still not enough to pressure this point. This is 97%. The Blizzard from Zest. Mag in the front line. Overtime into effect. The Charge are nowhere to be found. The Soul Infernal. They rush on through. This is insane. The Charge cannot find a target to dive. And what an ending to this game 5. The Soul Infernal have done it. Given the first loss to our #1 team in APAC.
29-2 for Mag, 12 final blows, almost 10k damage. This man is a supernova given human form who refuses to wallow in the lower echelons again. He will stand among champions, and his seeding for Soul Infernal is growing higher and higher. When the stakes begin to grow more and more, when those map files that were denied from Soul Infernal by their sister team in Soul Dynasty once again knock at the door, and they dare to once again bring up the legacy of Philadelphia Fusion, a team that would win or would go to so many map 5s and lose so many of them, they refuse to carry on that legacy and stop it right here, claiming an end to Guangzhou Charge's streak.
The Guangzhou Charge, I just gotta say, it's a compositional difference on Icebreaker. Dive is so incredibly hard to pull off. And it takes the rush to just stack together. And the only moment I found that Guangzhou could have capitalized is when Mag got a little too hasty, started pinning on different sides of the map to close in on targets, leaving some of his DPS behind, leaving isolated targets that Guangzhou could have pounced on. But Mag cooled his jets and found how to crack that Guangzhou Charge egg. And you gotta give it to the Soul Infernal for just having the stamina, having the confidence to go up against such a strong team, to not drop a single game before facing them. The Soul Infernal give them their first loss. What a series.
A sigh of relief from Mag. Quick covering of the camera while he catches his breath. That was everything that was promised and even more. Guangzhou Charge, unfortunately, will join the Houston Outlaws in being the team that have their streak broken, not only in terms of map, but in terms of matches as well. And for the Soul fans in our studio, it could not be more sweet, as our player of the match will be Mr. Supernova, the man who refuses to be mediocre, John Ball Lemon. It's Mag.
Mr. Magnificent, that's what I want to call him. The Hammond just lived on Blizzard World. What, 2 or 3 deaths you pointed out? That was incredible. The mine's always well placed, especially on Blizzard World. The way he was able to divide the mines on both the high ground of Point B Bridge to the low ground on the cart made it so difficult for Guangzhou to get any push going. It was tough. And Mag, the Winston duel was pretty back and forth against Piggy when it came to Antarctic, and then Mag just swapped to the better hero of Reinhardt, which made a huge difference. That was the most important call that Soul Infernal could have made, was going to rush, because he initially floated on the Winston and went to the Reinhardt. You don't shatter anything, but it's just the fact that this comp is so much better on that map. And Mag's presence, his impact felt, and I know Jimmy felt that personally.
I wonder how many people in NA are going to be waking up this morning with a shiver down their spine. What is it, honey? I think Ball is back. Somehow, Ball has returned. And Guangzhou Charge simply refused to deal with it effectively, but Mag also proved... That's such a stupid death. No offense to Xerdius, that was a very silly death. Mag proved that he wasn't just good on the Wrecking Ball as well. Thoroughly diffed Piggy on the Winston, getting 8k damage per 10 compared to about 4.5k the entirety of this control. And while it was a slow start on Ilios for this Soul Infernal team, once they downloaded the information they needed, they were decisive and brilliant.
3 deaths. Oh, this entire match? Are you serious?
Yeah, that's across like 3 maps.
Wow. Like, And not a lot of teams are playing Hammond, so I don't fault Guangzhou Charge on not knowing how to deal with that. Especially the way that Mag plays. It's so survivable, so careful. Not ever overextending or playing too aggressive. Just only showing up when it matters. And basically to kill Jimmy. And to make Jimmy uncomfortable. Because he's really only played Hanzo, and maybe you expected him to swap to something else. I know you wanted the Sombra so bad, but even other hit scan, like a Sojourn even has more mobility than Hanzo. But I'm not the coach. But Guangzhou Charge fans shouldn't be too worried because they should still have their #1 seed. Now being 3-1, their map differential is still greater than Hangzhou Spark. I'll let the kind of standings update though, but the #1 seed will give the Charge an easier path and potentially a bye, as we'll have the knockout rules released soon. But Mag, Hammond, is something you have to fear when it comes to the Seoul Infernal.
And now APAC is officially impossible to do power rankings for. It's just a circle of, well, most people can beat most people, but I'll tell you what, Seoul Infernal are not most people.
Seoul Infernal actually just climbed to 2nd place. Ooh. I just saw the standings update. With a +6 differential, +8 for the Charge. We have an interview ready with the man himself, Mag. He's not on the stage, but he's somewhere in the world. And we'll hear from our translator on how that's going down.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
Hey Mag, how are you?
안녕하세요. 예, 반갑습니다. 오늘
Hey there.
축하드려요.
Congrats on the win.
네.
Oh, thank
일단
you.
기분이 좀 어때요?
How do you feel?
저 진짜 너무 오랜만에 이런 승리를 맛봐서.
Well, I mean, it's been a while since I've had a win like this, so I'm feeling alright.
오늘 좀 경기가 치열했는데 개인적으로 좀 가장 좀 만족스러웠던 세트가 좀 있나요?
So you had a tough match today. Which map was the most satisfactory for you?
블리자드 월드에서 진짜 저희가 의도했던 대로 다 풀린 것 같아서.
I think Blizzard World was the map that our intentions as a team we kind of figured that out really well.
사실 이제 물론 이제 레킹볼 조합을 블리자드 월드에서 아예 안 한 건 아니지만
네네.
레킹볼 조합을 좀 주력으로 쓰는 팀은 아니었잖아요.
Well, I mean, you did use Wrecking Ball on Blizzard World before, but you're not a team that you were like kind of known for using the Wrecking Ball comp. So what's the reason behind that?
지미가 한조를 되게 잘하는 것 같아서 지미 선수가.
So when we looked at the Guangzhou Charge, we realized that Jimmy was on the Guangzhou Charge is really good at Hanzo. So the thought process was as long as we suppress the Hanzo, we could win, and that's why the comp was there. So I mean, coming into this match, I believe that you would be under a lot of pressure because Guangzhou Charge was undefeated so far. So what was the motivation behind the team for coming into this match?
팀적으로 단단하게 잘하는데 결국에 핵심적인 키를 내주는 건 지미 선수인 것 같아서.
Well, I mean, Guangzhou Charge is good as a team. They're a really good team, and no wonder they're undefeated. But we thought that their key player was Jimmy, and as long as we can keep Jimmy in check, we had the confidence that we could win.
리드를 가져가는 느낌으로 좀 진행이 됐는데 그런 부분에 약간 좀 긴장되고 그런 건 없었나요?
So I mean, how the match went was like it looked like the Guangzhou Charge was leading, and you guys were catching up by map by map. Did you feel a little bit nervous? Well, I mean, a little bit, but I think that our team was like, hey, we can do this, we can do this. We gave each other confidence, and that's how we could turn it out.
누구예요, 진짜?
Who's the main mood maker in the team?
전체적으로 많이 해주는데.
Well, I mean, everyone does their part, but Minsock does. From the support line, it usually kind of raises morale.
상당히 중요한데 그 부분 좀 뒷라인 쪽에서 많이 해주는 것 같다. 그 덕분에 또 분위기 좋게 이끌어갈 수 있었다라는 또.
I mean, I guess due to the efforts of the entire team, I think that's how we can overcome the difficulties.
서부랑 동부랑 좀 작년과 올해 또 비교해봤을 때 느낌이 좀 많이 다른가요, 동부?
Well, I mean, you've been on both sides of the league, both West and East. Do you think it's a little bit different?
어떤 부분이?
Well, I think there's a lot of differences in style. For example,
조금 더 느릿느릿하고 뭔가 디테일을 좀 더 챙기면 맞죠?
I think the East is a little bit slower paced, but has a lot more detailed plays, while the West has a lot faster pace of tempo during the matches.
어디가 좀 더 본인 취향이신가요?
Well, I mean, if you compare the two, which kind of suits you better?
저는 제가 동부이기 때문에 동부로
I mean, right now I'm playing for the
네,
East,
사회생활
so
잘해요,
definitely the
에베르
East.
선수가.
That was a very
서울이
PR
태어나서
answer.
이적으로 올해 또 계속 지금까지 함께 하고 계시는데 어떤가요? 팀
I mean, you've been
자체는
around for a
서울이
while,
태어난.
so I mean, how's it like, Soul
구단
Infernal?
복지도 너무 좋고 제가 좀 팀,
Well, I mean,
팀 선수들이
Team
약간
Infernal's
팀
really good to their
선수들 중에서
players.
되게 손에 꼽을
And
정도로 분위기도 좋고
I
실력도
mean, I
출중해서
think and even considering my entire career, I think this is like the Soul Infernal team is like a really good team with like a good
그렇군요. 그
um
복지에 대한 얘기를 하셨는데 혹시 그 복지
good background
안에
environment and all that.
티밥도 좀
So it's
적혀
really
있습니까?
fun to play in the Infernal.
네, 밥이 좀 잘 나와가지고 제가
I mean, what do you think is the single best thing for the best part of being at
아니, 저도
Soul Infernal?
먹어봤는데 기가 막히더라고요.
Well, the
하루에
food there is really
예.
good, so that's a
밥을
plus.
이렇게 먹게 되죠, 진짜.
네,
So you lost weight, you lost a lot of weight, but if the food's good, like you keep eating it, you get to keep eating it, right? Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
아 정말 진짜 응원해 주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고
A message to the fans, Mac.
진짜 앞으로도 좋은 경기
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the fans for rooting for us, and thank you. I'll definitely put up a performance that you can support us for.
항저우한테 한마디 좀 날려주신다면?
Your next match is the Hangzhou Spark. Do you have a message for them?
구세 선수가 중체 윙인데
Well, Gushe is the best Chinese Winston,
윈스턴 차이를 보여드리겠습니다.
but I'll make sure that we have a Winston diff tomorrow. Next match.
상대로 동부 최강의 원숭이를 보여주겠다. 매그. 지난번
Well, that was spicy, and that definitely is a statement.
구시한테 가네요. 예. 알겠습니다. 매그 선수 오늘 진짜 승리 너무 축하드리고요. 다음 경기 기대 많이 하겠습니다.
Well, congrats on your win, and I'll see you next match.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. That's it for the translation. Back to you.
인터뷰를 나눠봤습니다.
Well,
Thank you so much.
A
Unknown.
Winston diff. A lemon? A Winston diff onto Gushue.
Yeah.
That's ambitious, but you know what? After seeing it today, I believe in it. Amin Siok, as skewed, of course, also known as, excellent way to rally the troops after that first map, which was an absolute blasting of the Soul Infernal. That's a huge testament to Skewed's ability to keep this team on the straight and narrow and keep them believing in themselves and the capacity to win. That's a huge boon to have in a veteran player in your support line.
And just knowing that Piggy had to get, or Mag, sorry, had to get on top of Jimmy to deny that Hanzo, and we know how important Jimmy is to the Guangzhou Charge, how good they are as a team. And yeah, Guangzhou Charge keep their first place with the 3-1. Their map diff, from being 9-0, still pays off in the end. But the Soul Infernal overtake the Hangzhou Spark for now with that +6 differential. Spark will have an important match, as you heard in the interview, against the Soul Infernal. That's gonna be a banger, and we'll have the schedule up for you in a second. It's like 5 a.m. here, so I'm like, I don't even know what's happening right now, let alone tomorrow, so...
Is the schedule in the room with you right now, Lemon? Soul Infernal and
my brain's
Hangzhou
not in the room.
Spark tomorrow are likely going to be deciding second seed.
Ah,
Because Guangzhou Charge, the likelihood they lose to Shanghai Dragons, incredibly low. I'm gonna say that one for free. But that first match, evidently going to be a banger. And I cannot wait to see Soul Infernal try and make that Winston diff that Mag has prophesized a reality.
and now there's less weight on the shoulders of Guangzhou Charge to, keep up this crazy win streak. So we'll see if Shanghai can take a map. Like we kind of said, they're at the bottom of the standings right now, so it's not looking super likely with the 3-10 map count that they have right now. With the Soul Infernal versus Spark, you heard the MTD call out by Mag, who has the Ham and the Winston in his back pocket, even a Reinhardt too. You just really were hoping to see Piggy have the Ramacha or some kind of rush response on Icebreaker. I think that was the big difference that set apart the round 3 game 5.
Yeah, some real tactical depth from the Soul Infernal. We didn't even see that much in terms of a double flanker, which coming into this particular matchup was their most played composition with MN3 on the Sombra, but MN3 showed that, hey, I've always been an hit scan player, and I'm still this hit scan player, but a double flank is going to be incredibly important tomorrow. Leave and Shy, very much love playing their Tracer Sombra, and you might have to match that pound for pound. You're not going to be able to get away with as much on the Wrecking Ball, so likely we're going to see more of the Winston, but I think Mag is more than ready for that, and Skewed and Fixer today were looking incredibly clean. They were rarely ever getting picked out of turn.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the Hammond, there is a way to counter it that doesn't involve killing it, right? We've talked about just harassing Mag out of the picture and just being more aggressive and taking advantage of that pseudo 5v4. Kind of like when the Sombra translocates out, you gotta push in and identify that moment. But I don't think Guangzhou Charge fans should be worried. They still look just as good. It's just dealing with aggressive is something they'll have to adapt to.
Yeah, like dealing with the kind of aggression and the lack of respect onto Jimmy. And like Mag said, coming into this, they thought that Jimmy was going to be the guy. Jimmy is Himmy. And we're like, hey, you know how we deal with the guy who hits every headshot on Hanzo? I just go on a character that can't be headshot 80% of the time, which is not the most obvious counter, but hey, it works.
All right, well, that is the end of today. You'll have to look forward to tomorrow, the Seoul Infernal versus the Hangzhou Spark, the match of the day. And to cool you all down, get you ready for bed, is the Shanghai Dragons versus the Guangzhou Spark. The Guangzhou Charge. That's already great. As you can tell, it's 5 a.m. It's time for me to go to bed and for you to enjoy the rest of your day or for you to sleep as well. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.